Okay, well, that was close. I know approximately that you're up in the 3 to 4 a.m. range when, whenever you're in my streams. God, it's humid out here today. Oh, I don't have salt. Maybe I can find a little salt packet. It's the weekend, finishing my network labs. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, it's Friday. Huh. I forgot what day it was. I forgot what day it was. Technically, you're off the hook. You're allowed to be up this late. I thought I had like a little salt packet in here somewhere. I threw out. Might have to go find salt. Might have to go upstairs and grab it. Grab some salt. Get ready. Like I don't have anything to shoot out of this thing. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab some salt. I don't know, they want like a really fine particulate salt to go on this thing, but a bug of salt. I believe I have one of those in the garage somewhere. It was tons of fun to use, yeah. I decided to finally get one. They're a little bit expensive though. I'll be right back. Where's my BRB? Set up. No, not lights toggle. No. Turn them all back on.
It was 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Sitting there high, thinking about my life and thinking about where.
Thinking about my life.
And outside my window, slowly still.
BRB. There we go.
They groove, they groove, they groove, they groove, they groove, they move, they vibe.
BRB.
I mean, it wasn't like the rudimental vibe. It wasn't something you'd seen before kind of vibe. It wasn't the vibe that you were used to, but it was that interesting thing that was questioned, a superlative notion that existed in a time-space lapse. But they groove, they groove, they move, they move, they move, they vibe. So when the sun went down, when I was ready, I grooved, I grooved, I moved, I moved, vibe, 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 vibe.
one major road. I stuck to the major road because we got a lot of trees around here. We didn't even lose power where I am. Yeah, there's all kinds of gritty shit going on. So this is what it normally looks like, right? This is just a painting, but there's like a foot trail and everything around there. This is not the. Let me go to the view that I like. The old pay URL. It puts it into old mode. That's true. They got rid of the whale building. This used to be like right. I mean, you can see the footpaths down there. Those bridges for walking paths. They got rid of the whales. This is definitely what happened. We got rid of our ancient protectors of the waterfront. But yeah, this bullshit was going on. This is 676. You can see by the signs that this is sort of like it's like a highway that's kind of under parts of the city. Liquor store run during a hurricane, my man. I didn't know it was a hurricane. It was just rain out here. It was like heavy rain. And actually my car's windshield wipers they're not very reliable lately. My car's windshield wipers aren't exactly super reliable. And so when I drove out in the heavy rain, nothing was happening. The windshield wipers weren't moving back and forth. So while riding down the road, I put the windshield wipers on, turned off the car, coasted for a second, turned the car back on, popped the clutch in to start it up again, and then the windshield wipers worked again. I had to hard reboot my windshield wipers to get them to work. Yeah, it's a lot of water that went into 676, and actually, from a civil engineering perspective, that's actually good that all of this water, it's not good that it pools here, but the fact that all of that runoff can find a location to go where it's not in the general public, right? So all that water has a place to go. It's like, that's a lot of water in there. Every county in Maryland has had issues except the one I'm in. Oh my God, so Howard County got off scot-free from this rain. That's pretty amazing. Yeah, a lot of places around So this is from VR Optician. Darn it, my glasses are coming in the mail soon. He leaves the mouse on the video. Did I? Sorry. Movie scenes. What? Jeez. Holy crap. Okay. Tape VR glasses to head. I don't know if it works quite that way. Got a specific left and a right, because I do have a different prescription in both eyes. I have a very slight, very slight prescription. These would be pretty cool. So these just clip on to the lenses that are already there. Unfortunately, it does not replace the plastic lenses of the VR thing, but it will allow me to actually see stuff without having to majorly adjust things inside of VR. I haven't really played a lot of VR games. I've just been screwing around with the headset itself, trying to get everything, you know, perfect and working, and I have an application that has hand tracking on it. Well, those would be cool. Those are like $60. It's like $60. So that's a convenience. Yeah, it's actually molded into the plastic. That's how serious they are about not shooting in the eyes. Cool. Well, I'll have to play with those later. I thought they were my glasses. I got a new set of glasses. Those are expensive, and I think they should be here today. I'm not totally certain about that, but hey, I got these at least. Those will be pretty cool. Put that over there. All right. So. Now this is that song. Set up. Oh. I must have turned off the start soon thing. My God, how would anybody know whether or not we've started the stream yet? Craziness. Yeah, so the flooding was a lot worse than I thought it was. We tried to look at webcams yesterday, and it didn't look so bad. It looked like maybe the Schuylkill River was a little higher than it normally is, but it turns out like those new apartments at Manayunk are completely flooded. They happen to have a new exit because they flood all the time, apparently. Could you imagine living in an apartment building where you have to move your car once a year because of all of the flooding that occurs from the river that's right there? You probably get great river views, but other than that, spoiler, it never starts. It's all just a pre-show. You're right, Leb. You're right. This is all by my design. It is all just a pre-show. Just get a boat. Yeah, right? Those waters were not boatable. That looked like a pretty serious fucking flood. 676 is now a canal. That's always nice. It'd be kind of cool if it was a legitimate canal, if there was actually like new water flowing through there, so it didn't get all disgusting. It sounds like somebody just like fell on the floor above my head. It was weird. Yeah, it was there was a good meme. Hold on, let's see if I can find it. It's like 10,000 pages. My funny section moves way too quickly, which is good. That's an embarrassment of riches. But there was a good Philly gondola meme. Bop, 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 bop. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, there it is. The Philly gondola. Take yous on a water cruise. It's really low quality. I love how low quality it is. There's this one, which is actually just the legitimate picture. Yes, thank you, sign. I appreciate that. And then there's Rumham. Philly gondola sounds fun. You can walk the streets that are above 676. You can walk that path if you want to. It'll take you to the Franklin Institute. Let's see, there was another good one. Bop, bop, bop. No, that was pretty much it. I've shared all the good ones with you. Never mind. Oh, it's gonna ask me, hold on, that's gonna ask me to, hey, sign in, buddy. Okay, no, it's not. I guess that's the same guy as before, right? I can't rewind because Instagram sucks. Maybe doing any boat races on the floodwaters yet? What, trading in their ATVs for jet skis? Yeah, there could be like a sign in that water. He could have smacked his foot on a sign, like a roadway sign that's under the water that you can't see. So good job, buddy. That was probably one of the least safe things that you could possibly do. Just go find a water treatment plant and jump into that sewage. Like, enjoy that E. coli. Yeah, I know. That guy hopefully had a whole complement of shots after that. All right, let's get Metronomic out of here. So what's going on? How's everybody doing? Philadelphia is underwater, at least partially. Not about the Milky Ways can finally catch a stream. There you go. Yeah, impaled by lane end signs. Yeah, like those signs are not. It's a thin piece of metal, and if you're landing on that, ooh, I don't want that. All right, so yeah, Philly 676 is underwater. I don't know the state of it today. It's probably starting to drain. Who knows? Who the hell knows what's going to happen? I mean, from a civil engineering perspective, at least that water had somewhere to go where there weren't people. Although now there are people, because there are literally videos of people in inner tubes in the water and like diving in. I mean, you think about what that water had to go through to get there. Not cool. Hey, thank you for the follow. It was Braven XD. I don't want to talk about it today. The reverse engineering IEDs thing was a contractor job that I had out of college for about 8 years. And that's it. All we did was figure out how they worked, why they worked, write a document about it, and then publish it to an intelligence intranet site where other people would do more work on them. That's it. That's what we did. It was like, how is it described? See, I need to describe it as it was described in articles and in the hiring stuff. So it was reverse engineering terrorists electronics, and we would basically build up what was considered to be like a fingerprint of the design of the device, and then we would publish it. And that's it. That's all I'll say. In the future, I get asked that question every now and then. I don't want to go over the same material over and over again. So rest assured, it's what it sounds like. But anyway, yeah, what are we doing? Well, I want to, what was I saying? Philadelphia's underwater. I got a bug assault in the mail. I decided to finally get one of these stupid things because I kind of want to sporterize it a little bit. I bought a not cheap, ooh, I almost spilled my bowl of salt. Oh, so much salt today. I kind of want to put a not so cheap dot sight on it. This is one of those ones that has the auto on and off. And it is adjustable and all that fun stuff. It takes a CR 2032 or something like that. One of those very very narrow batteries. There's a cricket in the background right now that's going dee 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 dee, and it sounds like a squeaky fan. It's driving me absolutely nuts. It's in the back of my brain this whole time when I'm streaming. Peep 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 peep. I could go stomp around in the garden and it would stop for precisely the amount of time that I was stomping in the garden, and then I'd come back over here and it would just start up again. God, I just need to get used to it. I need to be okay with that peeping in the background. Oh my God, it's so annoying. Somebody oil that cricket. Jesus. Yeah, so this is a not cheap. This is like a $60 site, which, I mean, the Bug Assaults, this is a Bug Assault 3.0, is also $60. I don't want to talk about the price anymore. But I want to take this thing apart so I get a little bit of something out of it. I want to figure out how this thing works, what it, what kind of moving parts there are inside of this thing. We had a question earlier about, hey, you could just 3D print one of these things, and maybe you could. There might be some tolerances, there might be some mechanical pieces in here that would make it not so 3D printable. But yeah. Oh, neat. Okay. Yeah. So we're not talking about that on my stream. Thank you very much. So yeah, anyway, this thing I want to figure out how it works. There's a way to intake salt at the top, and it's got like a little thing that pops up that takes the salt in. You're basically tensioning a giant spring when you pull this thing back, and then pop. Yeah. Yeah, the complexity in comparison to a Nerf gun. Yeah, exactly. Because this is probably a lot of the same mechanisms, isn't it? Because all you're doing is you're using a big spring in order to shove a bunch of air forward, and that air happens to have salt in it, and then the salt fires out of the front, hits a bug dies, you vacuum it all up. You talk about your work on the X-Files? Maybe. I invented tubular bells. So yeah, that's what this thing is. It's made to be like a little sawed-off shotgun, probably to make it not look so much like a gun, so you don't get your fucking ass waxed while pointing it at something. Keep this thing away from police, because they probably won't be too favorable towards it. I would like, so they made like a flash hider for it, and they have a various, there's all kinds of like laser mounts for this thing, so I kind of want to look that up, because you could 3D print like a little laser mount for it. I would also like to add a Picatinny rail to the top, but the problem with the Picatinny rails is that they always have 2 bolts through the very center of the Picatinny rail, and the center of the Picatinny rail on this thing is right on the main seam. So that's not going to be very strong unless I sink a couple bolts in there, like drill holes and sink a couple bolts in there. Man, you're a nerd. I mean, what do you want? We got an electronics stream going on right now. What do you think? Someone make a fast 12 stock for it. I do have like a paintball foldable stock. I don't think it would fit to this precisely, but it would fold. Folding a stock up to the side might not be good, because then you couldn't cock it properly, but it would be absolutely hilarious if you had like a like a big shotgun stock on this. I don't want to buy a real one because it would be very expensive. I do have stocks for the old AR-15, but I love my bug assault. Let's take a look at how this thing works. So the primary thing behind it, ooh, I did spill some salt. God damn it. Well, more of that's going to happen in the future. Here, let's do this. Boop. Okay, so how does this thing work? Well, I mean, you cock it and it pulls salt into a chamber, and then you fire it and the salt flies out. There are a couple little extra things to this, though. A little orange on that. On the cocking part, you can actually see through it now that you've pulled this thing back, which is interesting. Once you do that, this thing goes limp, and if you put it back forward, it locks in place. So that's another feature we have to look for. Now the trigger is tensioned, and there is a safety button on this thing. So we've got a big spring that's being tensioned. I would assume that that's most of the body of this thing is a big spring. Otherwise, they would have made it a lot smaller. But there's also a safety catch that took me a minute to find. In addition to that, to know whether or not it's cocked, the rear sight pops up when this thing is all tensioned. So that's interesting. And then firing it, it's very loud. Obviously, it's not gun loud, but it is loud. And that's because there's a huge spring that just goes foomp up to the front. But once you fire it, the sight goes away, which is silly. That's a silly little detail that they put into the thing. So let's see what it actually fires out of the front. If I can just use this table salt that I happen to spill, which I guess is bad luck. That's not good. How much of it do I put in here? That's my question. There's like a little orange thing that lifts up when you cock it. How dangerous is it? Well, I mean, we're gonna find out, right? Like, yeah, that little piece rises up when you cock it. And I don't know if that little cup at the bottom of it is actually the shot. Maybe it is. Maybe you have to fill that in order to do the shot. It's fine, it's supposed to be on the table. No, isn't that bad luck? Aren't you supposed to throw salt over your shoulder or something? So when I cock this, jeez, it's a big spring. So where is it taking in the salt? Is it using the cup? See, that's now up. What does that even mean? Let's see if it actually shoots anything out the front. I wouldn't suggest this is normal good usage of firearm, but here we go. All right, I felt a little bit of salt on the front of my foot. Nothing but metal chips down there. So did it actually shoot anything? Ugh. Ow. Yeah, it did. I'm well salted. Tequila shots. No, I wouldn't want this thing blasting me with salt. No, thank you. So possibly if I loaded it up more. Yeah, it's a little painful. That is actually a little painful. So it does let out just like a little tiny bit of salt, and that's actually not bad. Shooting off my bunions. That's right. Ma, get the bug of salt. I got some bunions. Yeah, so that didn't shoot anything. I think it might be coming from that cup. I cup. I don't have $4,500 to buy a high-speed camera. If anybody wants to donate $4,500, I will buy a high-speed camera, and then we can have, you know, budget high-speed shots on this show. But until then, I can't afford it. Not on a streamer budget. My mom doesn't want us to get one because she doesn't want salt all over the house. Yeah, I can see that being a thing. I do vacuum the shop every couple months. I will do a full vacuum of the shop, and I assume all this salt that I'm letting go around here will probably be sucked up. I don't get flies all that often, but I thought it would be really funny to kind of sporterize one of these things. Use all the cheap airsoft gear that's trying to be real gun gear and put it on. Plus, I've got some extra accessories from like real gun stuff that I've owned. So this thing, unfortunately, was a bit of an expensive purchase, but it's a little red dot sight. You can barely see the red dot on it, but I would love to put that on this just because it would be so over the top. Salt is bad for plants. You could garden kill the weeds. I don't know. I think you're giving this thing a little bit more power than it actually has. It's like 4 or 5. Well, not 4 or 5. It's like a pinch of salt that it lets out of the front of it. It really is like a very small amount. I'll send you some live flies so you can make use of the salt. No, I don't want it. Okay, so I mean this is a stupid thing, but. We're gonna, yeah, maybe I don't have enough salt for it to actually do a real shot. You're right. I need a piece of paper to get the salt off of the table. Paper. All the paper that I get in here has like my address on it, so. Oh yeah, the warnings that came with this thing, by the way. You can tell that whoever owns the company did all the art for this. But this is their little mascot, Bug something or other, and it's a terrible drawing. It's a really bad drawing. But not to critique somebody else's art, but it really does look like a doodle that somebody did in a notebook. He did a Kickstarter campaign. Could he just like go on Fiverr and find like a better artist? Let's here, wait. There we go. The improper use of this gun can result in serious bodily injury to you and or others. An eye full of salt would not be good. By removing this tag and using the Bug Assault 3.0, I don't think this would hold up in a legal case. You are assuming full responsibility and liability for any direct, consequential, and indirect damages. Yeah, this would not hold up in a court case, I don't think. Whether foreseen or unforeseen, that may arise. I love text like this because it's literally there just to scare you. Prior to using this gun, view the instructional video detailing how to operate the Bug Assault 3.0 at bugassault.com/videos. That's okay. I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I don't think any lawyer would possibly even show their face in here for fear of reprisal. This is probably not very legally sound. Putting a sticker over a door that says you agree to some terms by removing the sticker, I don't know if that really would hold up all that well. Calling it a gun is a bad start. Well, yeah, they probably have to. They want you to treat it like a gun. I mean, they've got embossed in the plastic, do not shoot in face or eyes. Like, that is embossed. You cannot remove that. Seen the guy that made the salt gun on a TV show trying to get funding for it? They denied him funding. Ugh. No, it's not an assault rifle. It doesn't have the shoulder thing that goes up, which I would add eventually, the shoulder thing that goes up. This sticker is kind of funny, though. I mean, it's like, yeah, okay, buddy. I'll put it over here. But yeah, this thing could hurt you. If you get an eye full of salt, I would assume that kind of sucks, right? Yeah, there's the stupid tax, I suppose. You could call it that. All right, what am I going to use to get the salt off of my table? What do I got here? How about the thing the VR glass is shipped with? Flatten that out. Maybe I can get a little bit of the salt up onto there. I touched the little bowl that I filled with salt, and it rocked over, and it dropped all this crap on my table. I don't want to fully load it, but I guess I will. I mean, this is a lot of salt. So now there's a sizable amount of salt in that cup. So let's see what we get. So that little piece goes upwards, and I don't know what feeds in. I don't know what is exactly feeding this thing. So how much is there in the charge now? Oh, that's a bit more. Yeah. Yeah, that's a fair bit more salt. You can feel that. That's like a little slap on the hand. Ugh, onto the foot. I would not suggest you test anything related to firearms this way. This is a no-no. But my shoes are leather and they can take it. Yeah, that's a pretty decent little charge there. You could see the salt coming out of this thing. Right? There's that gun that requires, in order to disassemble it, that you put your hand like on the chamber in some way, shape, or form. And there's so many videos of people perforating their hands with that thing. What a horrible design. All right, anyway. So now that this thing is loaded up with fucking literal table salt, let's get that out of there so I don't get a face full of salt when I take this thing apart. Now test it in your eye. No. No. I'm not even allowed. Okay, so we're on Twitch, right? This is not technically a gun, but if I point this at the camera in a threatening manner, we could probably get taken down. I gotta be careful about this, you know? Anyway, we're gonna take this thing apart. We're gonna see what the inner workings are like. And if this doesn't last very long, we'll go to the CPAP machine and I'll take that thing apart. CPAP machine is something that I've been sitting on for years, something that I've been meaning to take apart. I used to have a CPAP machine. I used to use it as an actual legitimate CPAP, but it was on the lowest setting the entire time. So it really was probably not all that useful. But now that I've got the durable medical goods, they're mine, so I can't do anything with it. So I might as well take it apart on stream and figure out how they make that fan so quiet. And also, if I can clean it out properly, I can show you guys that you can infinitely whistle on one. Sitting on it for years. Does your butt hurt? Ha 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 ha! Wow, peak humor, guys. Peak humor. All right, so let's take this thing apart. How is a gun held together with various screws into plastic? All right, this thing is a Nerf knockoff. Let's be honest about this. The only thing that separates it from Nerf is that this is way too difficult to cock for a kid, right? This thing actually requires a little bit of muscle to get it into the firing position. There was very little salt that came out of that. I think it takes the salt as it fires. So yeah. Buys a new gun to take apart. This isn't I'm not gonna call this a gun. This is a fly swatter. This is a remote fly swatter. How about the Nerf Alien Pulse Rifle? I've never tried that. Yeah. The Nerf Balzac is the one that I remember, and that thing was difficult to fire as a little kid. People replace the springs in Nerf guns. I've seen that before. 1-8 Joe, thank you for following. There's also, remember that I bought for the little RC car stuff? I'm not going to show it. It's a mess over there. But for the little RC cars, for these guys, I bought the 180 sized motor, and I got two of the motors that they actually replace in the Nerf guns. Those motors had rare earth magnets in them. So to get them to cog over, like cog to the next location of the spindle, it required a sizable amount of force, and actually spinning up that motor required 12 volts and I think 5 to 8 amps to just get it to move. So people are taking their Nerf guns apart and they're putting those 180 sized rare earth magnet motors. Keep in mind, these motors, I can't put them with the rest of the parts that I have for RC cars. I can't put them with anything else because those magnets are so powerful that they will suck everything in a radius to them. They're so powerful that all the different various bits and bobs and screws, like if I put it into a bin, all the stuff in the surrounding bins will shift over to the edge of the bin because they have such powerful magnets in them. People are putting those in their Nerf guns so that they can launch a Nerf foam thing at 170,000 miles an hour at their buddies. Insanity. I've also seen things where people glue like thumbtacks to their Nerf darts. Don't do that. Don't do that. Every tool has its purpose and its place, and that's not the purpose and place for a Nerf gun, to be shooting things that hurt people. Did myself on a $9 one because it felt too weak. Then I decided to go with the strongest spring in the kit. Damn. So yeah, people are doing some pretty insane stuff. Foam dart gun OP, please Nerf. Yeah, I know, right? Being shot by salt and pepper. Cruel and unusual punishment. Well, this is like the matchlock gun. Isn't that book where you put anything into the front of the matchlock gun? All right. So we've got, our basic toy design, right? We got 2 pieces of a shell that are held together with a shit ton of screws. We're going to be finding plastic screws. These are going to be the kind that have big threads on them. And if they are, it's possible that we find the ones with a cut in the front, and that cut in the front allows the screw to actually make its own threads as it's screwed in. These go in once. When you unscrew them and put them back in, you're pushing your luck on stripping them, depending on the quality of this. But it is kind of a tried and true thing, where you have a post that has been molded into plastic, it has no threads on it, your screw goes in once, that locks it in, because there's so much material in there that there's a lot of friction and force on it. You remove it once to repair the item, that screw hole gets a lot weaker. When you put it back in, it helps to go backwards until you feel the threads click into place, and then you go forwards inside of the threads that are already there. That can happen a couple times, but if you've got something like a battery door in something like this, something that's going to be screwed and unscrewed multiple times, it helps, and I've seen it before, you put a threaded insert on that screw and you use a machine screw instead of a plastic screw. But yeah, we're going to be finding a bunch of those. We're going to be finding springs under tension. So I'm hoping that we're not going to have the spring just absolutely go crazy on me. I do actually have a buffer spring for an AR-15, I think, if I kept it. I don't know if we'll want to modify this. We'll just see what's inside of here. I have a limited amount of crazy parts at my disposal, and I have a feeling this thing is not using actual gun stuff, right? I love the fact that Nerf snipers exist. Isn't it just a lot of extra plastic to make it feel cool? Or do they actually have darts that can go distances? I remember back in the day, right before I was too old to be playing with Nerf, they came out with these Nerf, we'll call them guns, Nerf guns, that had, they had what was it? It was a lamp. It was a lamp bulb because LEDs weren't as popular back then. We're talking about like the mid-90s. It had a lamp and then a little lens, and you could focus that lens and it would give you something that kind of resembled a like a sight like a laser sight on the front, but it wasn't a laser, it was just a lamp. It was just a lamp. Nowadays laser diodes are so cheap that you could just get a laser diode for $1, right? You get a laser pointer for less than $1 these days. It's insane. There's a little red laser pointer. That would have been the coolest thing back then, but we didn't have those luxuries. I'm gonna use a real screwdriver on this thing because that thing won't fit. Optical Nerf gun Gen 1. I don't remember what it was, but yeah. Nerf doesn't make guns, they make blasters. All right, so anyway, I started blasting. Started blasting with my Nerf blaster. I don't remember what that one was, if anybody knows what that one was. All right, so we got a flat front screw, and it doesn't have anything to make its own threads. So this is just a fairly normal plastic screw. I expected to find self-tappers, but these is not self-tappers. By the way, we've got, like, the bug pattern is molded into this thing. There's also a clear plastic version of this where you can see how everything works. I probably should have gotten that one, but I don't know if it was a 3.0 or not. And I think it was more expensive. So, anyway, we got normal old screws going into this thing. Now, the jewelry cleaner was $7. And that was ultrasonic. We took it apart, and there was literally just a vibration motor on it. It was just a vibration motor on a cup. I expected something piezoelectric, but... Yeah, those laser tag, the 1990s laser tag, a friend of mine, it's actually in my Discord, had those. We used to play with those all the time. It turns out that it was just an infrared diode and detector, right? So if your friend was hiding around the corner and the walls were painted white, you could bounce the infrared off of the wall because it was just a little flashlight, and that would hit your friend. They were fun, though. They were so fun. There was always the one, and this is because my brother is like 5 years older than me, so he dates back to the Gen Xers in the 70s. There was always that helmet with the big light on it. What was that? I heard it was like laser tag, and I thought it was the coolest thing ever, and I wanted to play with it, and everybody was like, nah. And so I never got to take a look at one. But it's like a helmet. It's like a black helmet with like a big like light. It's like a red light kind of thing on the front of it. And it was like for some kind of like laser tag back in the 70s or 80s. I don't know. ABS is soft enough, the screws don't need to be self-tapping. You can kind of risk the biscuit with normal ones. Yeah, to cut costs. Yeah, so I mean, the molded posts that those are going into are probably strong enough to handle those screws. You know, they gave enough material on it. What's the size of these posts? I'm always curious about this because when I design an enclosure, I want to also be cheap and use dumb screws. So yeah, 5.5, 6 millimeter. 6 millimeter, and then we've got like a 3 millimeter screw. So those are numbers just to internalize, just for, you know, designs in the future. 6 millimeter with a 3 millimeter screw is probably enough plastic that your post is going to hold stuff up. Used to drive 40 minutes to go to an actual laser tag place in the 80s. Yeah, those are fun. I don't know. I remember the 90s and 2000s versions of it. All right, so here we go for broke, right? We're just going to go for all the screws that I can find on the outside of this thing. This goes under the plastic. If they were evil, they would have this thing go over two pieces of the plastic and sandwich it together. That would make disassembly very difficult. By the way, the front sight is just there permanently. It's the back sight that pops out. These are made just about the size, like this right here, this lump, is just about the size of a Picatinny. It just doesn't have anything to grab onto. No, it's not actually just about the size. I'm just hoping that one of the flat rail pieces I can put right here, so I can put this thing on it. But you can tell I'm laughing. I mean, I wanted to do this just because it's funny, to have a sporterized bug assault. Last time I played laser tag was for a girl's birthday. She ran right into a wall. We were about 27 at the time. All right, well, that story changes as you read it. Yeah, those laser tag things are, I don't know. It's always the same arena too, right? And it's always so blacklit. All right, so same screw for the whole thing. It's like ultraviolet assault on all of your senses. Yeah, the green team and the red team. The green team had the more expensive ones because green lasers, the way they make green lasers is by using an infrared laser, which is very cheap. Infrared and diodes, very, very cheap. But it's like I have a chain wallet because of the mic cable. Anyway, but what they do with that infrared laser is they put it through a crystal, and this special crystal shifts the frequency. It slows the infrared down until you get green, and that outputs green light out of the front of it. So that's how they make green lasers. They send it through a crystal, then they collimate it to make it a beam. Nerf gun I remember seeing with a scope is a long shot. What are you talking about? IR is slower than green. Well, the crystal doesn't speed it up. That's for sure. I don't think it's ultraviolet. Maybe it is ultraviolet. There's always the parkour dude in every bunch. Yeah, I know. Hold on. I'm going to look up light frequency. The Eevee. Thank you for following. Yeah, we're talking ultraviolet. So it's a UV laser, which is a little bit more expensive. Long wave infrared. So it's LWIR, long wave infrared. That slows it down. So I'm not wrong. It's 69 viewers. Come on. Yeah, it is infrared. What are you talking about? Infrared is slower than green. Makes no sense. Infrared is well, okay, slower and longer, yeah. Wait, that ain't right. That's right, the nanometers go up. Right. Okay, sorry. Basic stupid science. Yeah, anyway, it slows it down, it compresses the wavelength. That's what the crystal does. Yeah, IR is heat. Long wave infrared is heat. Long wave infrared is what the thermals view. Heat is like light, but longer wave. Yeah. All right. I'm getting it. My basic science refresher. All right, let's get the rest of these out of here. So I'm removing all the screws, and I'm going to assume... How embarrassing. What? You know, look, it's... You gotta eat a little humble pie every now and then. What is light? I don't know. It's fucking wiggly stuff. It's all wiggly stuff, all of it. Everything is wiggles. Everything wiggles. All right, additional screws. Let's get all these out. See, what I'm afraid of is when I get the two sides of this thing apart, it is going to send about 50 springs in about 100 different directions. So we got to be careful about that. Now I'm looking to see what screws I still have to do. I didn't have any methodology behind this. Baby, don't hurt me. All right, let's see. Did I get both of those? Yarp. Okay, that's all the screws that I can find, and I don't see any opportunities for them to like be hiding screws or anything, like stuff under here or under a sticker or under a door, right? So if I'm careful about this, I should be able to open this thing up. It did pass QC. Is there anything behind that? No, that's on a weird spot anyway. Oh boy, here we go. This is where all the springs go everywhere, and I won't be able to. All right, hairbrain. Thank you for letting me know what springs might be inside here. Jeez, come on, man. Give me a little credit, please. I'm looking to see what's holding this together because I may need to pop this front piece off. Yeah, like Jesus Christ. Let's back off on the back seating there a little bit, bucko. So yeah, I'm looking to see because this orange front cap seems like it might be holding on the plastic because it's not. I don't feel it splitting apart up here, and you know you probably need something up front to hold that seam together so it doesn't completely detonate on you. But number of eyes too. Yeah, we'll do an eye count at the beginning and end of the stream. No, maybe it doesn't slide on to anything. The only thing that, I mean, they could have some evil kind of like little pop out spring thing down here, but I don't think there is. So let's take a look here. Try to get in the seam. I mean, I could use a piece of metal to pry it apart. Yeah, the jump scare. We just hulk this thing into 2 pieces. Wait a minute. This is just a plastic cover? So it's 2 pieces of plastic. Hold on a minute. There may be more fasteners underneath this thing, if this is the way it's gonna go. Because look at that. There's more plastic under there. So we may have like an outer piece and an inner piece that I need to... Oh, they're still screwing it. I forgot. I missed one. There you go. That's what did it. Now comes the exploding part. All right, that was the one screw left. I mean, to the credit of this thing, it is built out of pretty weighty material that seems to have been built very well. There's no screw in there. Okay. Like this is pretty decent plastic. This is where you'd get the big spring noise, and it would go thud, and everything would become unfastened, right? But I'm not. So the problem is this front piece is not separating very easily. So I think there might be something afoot up here. See if I've got a. Well, guitar picks won't do a lot of force on that, but. No dice. All right. See, look, I want this to go back together, so I want this thing to reassemble, and I want to take a good look at how this thing is constructed. I'm gonna guess that this front piece has like a snap in it that I can't undo. Although separating the 2 halves would probably undo that, unless it's like a weird molding. It feels like there's another fastener up here that I haven't considered. But I'm looking at all the screw holes, and I got them all. The back piece is splitting apart just fine. It's just the front piece is not cooperating. I could maybe put like a flathead in there. Yeah, it's possible they would glue the orange front just so it doesn't come off. That is possible. Although I don't see any evidence of that. It would have to be more internal for the glue. Yeah, it's not moving. Nothing up there is really subject to moving. All right. Running out of ideas here, chat. Looks like the halves are around that front cover. But yeah, what I'm doing, like, I'm able to split all the way up to this point, and then, oh, okay, all right. Whatever that is, whatever the hell this is, goes to the side. Don't know what that is. Don't know what it does. Don't know where it goes. But it fell out. Something probably doesn't work now. Okay, it feels like there's a screw up here, but I'm not seeing it. I don't think it's under anything, and there certainly isn't one in here, because it feels like this one is the one that's not letting go. You know, they have to assemble it somehow, you know? Now, that one is definitely releasing. Yeah, it's like up here just will not open up. I'm wondering if that's glued. That's really not fair. My thought is that there's a piece that goes like in, and then this clips to it and kind of pinches it together. Like, yeah, getting up here. This is just an inserted piece of plastic, huh? Oh, cracking noises. Yeah, it's glued. Okay, so that's glued together up there. just to keep that seam together. They glued it instead of using fasteners. So I'm getting in there with a screwdriver, and I'm just twisting it a little bit, and that's popping the glue open. It's not even plastic welded. I think they actually did use glue. There we are. Okay. It's still holding on. There still might be glue around the front. Yeah, I think it's glued to the barrel. All right, so let's get that separated. Dear Lord. Oh yeah, there's plastic grease inside of this thing. I just got a handful of grease by putting it inside. Ugh. Mattel spin welding. What? No. That's just glue. It's just glue. There we go. Get all those popping noises out of the way. What is still holding on? We have like a hidden fastener in here? Oh, yeah. So, okay. It's exactly what I thought it was. God damn it. So they glued the outside of this thing, but then they have a seam here, and then this slides over the seam. So this piece of yellow plastic is locking the barrel tip in place. That's how they fight some of the seams of this thing. All right, so 2 shells can finally be separated from one another. Oddly enough, it did not send plastic absolutely everywhere. That's always nice. It didn't send plastic and springs everywhere. There's some kind of a butt plate right there that's screwed in as a separate device. That's interesting. Why wouldn't you just mold that into the plastic? Maybe that's part of the 3.0 designation. But yeah, up here there's a separate piece of orange plastic for the front sight, quote unquote. I'm saying that with as much sarcasm as I can possibly muster. I don't think having your sight actually pop up, which is what this thing that fell out is. This is the rear sight that pops up, which is that's a playful feature. I like that, but it doesn't boast for the repeatability and accuracy of the actual firearm, if we're going to refer to it that way. Where does that fit in? Okay, so there's a little holder there. So whenever stuff is in place back here, this will pop up. There's no giant spring just hanging out for me to use. Firing this thing like this right now, I'm looking at a bunch of screws in it. So it's possible that it would be able to shoot like this, completely out in the open. You got the trigger mechanism, which has a pretty meaty spring on it. And then the safety, which is just something that basically when you put on the safety, there's a little... It's just a little pad over there. I'll take a look. Just put the screwdrivers to the side for now so I can actually put it on the scope. This plastic, the camera apparently loves this plastic. There must be a large ultraviolet component to it. It's a little bit like Dayglow orange. I feel like I need safety glasses to watch this a bit. Yeah, chat, put your safety glasses on. The computer case? What are you talking about? Oh, we're not... Yeah, I've got that sitting to the side. I need to finish that one up because there's some stuff that's waiting for that to finish. Some other project. So yeah, you can see here the trigger mechanism. It's hard for me to get further away than this. So you got the trigger here, and you got a big trigger spring on it that's keeping everything nice and tensioned. And then it's funny that this is your trigger feel right here. If you want a hair trigger. Talk to Hairbrain. No, but if you want a hair trigger, you could probably put like a pen spring on that. But yeah, so pulling the trigger obviously releases some of the mechanism, but part of it is this little foot that they molded into the plastic, and that little foot has the safety on it, and the safety just moves to the side a little bit and puts a block right in front of that foot. I don't know how you could make this into semi-automatic, but oh, something fell out. Okay, that's the rear sight. Ooh, look at the camera trying to adjust its color coordination. Ugh. Oh, that probably means I need to... Yeah, I don't think I primed this camera today. Okay, so the rear sight here is... It really is just like a little add-on. the rear sight, all it does is spring up and back down, and it looks like the spring is kind of broken on it. What happened to the spring? Why is it like that? All this does is go like that when the stuff is cocked backwards. Basically, that ramp will hit it. Yeah, it does actually have a trigger spring, so if you want to do a hair trigger, you can put a lighter spring on it. I should have probably made my title a little bit more bait for gun stuff, huh? OctaJ asked, he actually emailed Twitch admins to see whether or not we could clean guns on stream. Not that I was going to do that, but he just wanted to know just in case. And they gave back a very wishy-washy answer. It basically was just if whoever finds out decides to ban you or not. I guess it depends largely on what the content of the stream would be. But all right, this is, oh boy. You guys ready for some springs to fly out of this thing? And then I'm going to have to, title Big Bug Blaster? No. No, we're dealing with salt today. Not all salt, just salt. I feel like I should put the hand piece on this just so I can cock it properly. Handle cocking properly, chat. It's important. I'll get the rear sight out of the way because that's popping out at a moment's notice. So we can see the mechanism inside of this thing. It's actually pretty nice looking, you know, moldings on this thing. It got a lot of supports and stuff around all the different plastic features here. I mean, this is meant to take a little bit of force while reducing the amount of material. It's pretty well designed. I don't know anything about the guy that made these. I know people mentioned a Kickstarter, and he tried to get funding for them. I don't know anything else about this guy. It would have been nice if there was a plastic Picatinny rail on the top, though, because it's funny. I think people have been banned just for showing actual guns on stream before. Well, this is a toy, so it wasn't just showing. I think the bans were because of threatening behavior, right? Yeah, it's technically not against toss, but there was one streamer that I remember like had a gun, and I think he muzzle checked the webcam, and I think that was seen as threatening. Yeah, there's one guy who accidentally, I think that was the same guy, he accidentally shot the gun. I'm just not going to show that kind of stuff on, so I'm not even getting close to that, right? Nobody knows what Twitch is. Well, okay, so there is a lot of inconsistency with Twitch doing that kind of stuff, so... Good advice, thank you. I used to, Sleepy Developer, I used to stream gun cleaning for nearly 2 years. I actually talked to Twitch staff, and they said as long as you're not threatening. That's what I'm getting at, too. It's the guy who had the gun was, first of all, being wholly irresponsible with that thing. And, you know, we can count this as a gun, because stuff comes out of the front of it in a threatening manner, so it should be treated like one. If you'll notice, I'm not pointing this at anything that I don't wish to destroy, except when I pointed it at my hand and a foot just to test out what the salt coming out of the front was like. But yeah, teaching maintenance, showing range strip vids. Yeah, not one ban or suspension. I think it depends largely on who's in the chat too, because I think the reporting mechanism is possibly what triggers that kind of treatment. You know, when you see somebody get banned, it's usually because they were, you know, they did something that led to a report, and then the report was acted upon. Excuse me, I don't mean to burp so much. I haven't eaten anything today. All right, so we're cocking this thing back, and a couple things are coming into motion here. So we've got, and interestingly enough, this thing seems like it was designed so that everything is based on the bottom shell, which is an interesting design. It means that a person can put this together and then close the shell on the rest of it. I've seen stuff like this where it'll depend on both halves having posts in place in order to lock all of the different mechanisms here. The guy whoever designed this, I'll say, maybe I shouldn't say the guy, because it might not have been a guy, although people said a guy in chat, so I'm assuming. But whoever put this together designed it as a mechanism on one half. It was a guy. Okay, well, they designed it as a mechanism like attached to one half. So I think this thing could fully operate as it is right now, although it might send that spring into oblivion. I'm not sure. You gotta be careful about that kind of thing with these. But all right, so let's cock this thing back. Let's put some energy where it belongs. Actually, looking at some of the other features of this thing, I mean, there's some kind of a spring back here, probably to seat a catch. What's that? If you don't get reported and no staffer randomly happens upon your stream, nothing tends to happen, but VODs are forever, so don't risk the biscuit. Yeah, right? I don't think we're risking the biscuit here. We're just taking apart a toy. So yeah, we have a spring seated back here, and it looks like they added a piece to this plastic molding just to keep that spring seated. We'll just do the regular micro. Here we go. Look at that. There's a little like plastic tab that is solely responsible for keeping this spring in place. That's a weird little feature to have. A lot of weird little stuff like that in here. What is this doing? So that's just seated up against there. Okay, so we've got a lot of weird stuff going on in this thing, and I would like to get to the bottom of how these different mechanisms go together. There's a lot of supports on all the different plastic moldings in order to make sure that these components are strong. These are the ones that will catch and release the very high energy spring that's going to send salt into oblivion. So yeah, let me. I've been putting it off. I'm going to cock this thing. This is as much cock as you can get away with on Twitch. Half cock. Fully cocked. Locked and loaded. All right. What? Get on the pins, you stupid thing. There we go. No? No? What's going on here? You to there. There we go. All right. I'm just doing that because this thing has a lot of force in it. Jeez. Okay. So that takes a little bit of force. But when it goes back there, there's a significant click. This is a rocker bar, it seems, and it is designed to... Oh, I'm gonna pinch my fingers if I'm not careful. On the site for the guy who made the bug assault gun. What? Don't draw blood. No guarantees, but it won't be intentional if I do. When I fire this whole thing is gonna fire forward. And you can see here, there's a barrel. So there's a big air piston right here. The main force behind this thing, big spring down here, that whole mechanism is caught on the trigger right now. When I release it, this bar right here is going to be forced forward. And when that's forced forward, this large diameter is going to force air into this small diameter, and it's going to take with it a sabo load of salt. Maybe not sabo. What would you call that? Anyway, there's a load of salt in there, and that gets fired forward. So when this cup goes upwards, I guess what it's doing is... What is it doing? How is it doing? I mean, it might rely on a Venturi effect, but I don't think that's the case. There must be a whole... I want to look at this piece and see how it's doing what it's doing. Because it's probably... I mean, I thought salt would fall into that mechanism, but maybe it has something to do with the design of the cup itself. What? Okay. What's the glass fiber percentage? I don't see any markings related to that. I'm sure if I got deep... I don't think there is any glass fiber in this, by the way. This isn't a hand tool. This is just a toy. Yeah, there's no markings on this molding. It might be on, like, between these. But I'd have to pop a lot of snaps in order to get in there. They basically just clipped the two pieces of plastic together. I don't even see like a designator on there. There's like a B. Not like a BB, like the letter B. The letter B. Brought to you by. There's a couple little moldings to keep the mechanisms in place, but yeah, I don't see any plastic type markings on it. Curious about the loading mechanism? Yeah, me too. Loading the salt, then closing it off so it doesn't blow salt out of the reservoir. I mean, it doesn't matter if it blows around up here, but you don't want to pop the top. If I fire this, am I going to send stuff into orbit? I don't think I am. This is where I wish we had a high-speed camera, but like pulling the trigger, what's that going to do? It's going to release whatever locking mechanism they have, because this bar follows this pawl right here, this little trough downwards. So this is just a guide. I don't want to stick my fingers in all this stuff. I'll probably end up finding a thing that'll make it shoot. I wonder how much salt gets into the rest of the mechanism. Yeah, we'll take a look at this in a minute. So all right, let's just cycle the action here. So this is gonna be something that goes crazy. Oh, the safety. No. Does it not fire like this? Well, there goes your safety. No, the trigger is not. Either the mechanism didn't cycle or something isn't happening here. Oh, well, that can go back forward. Okay. Oh, it doesn't shoot until you go all the way. All right. So you actually have to release this so that it doesn't push on anything. And then that enables this catch here, and then that allows it to shoot. All right, this is going to be another loud one. Jeez, the thing is loud as hell. So it's literally just this thing going back into place, and then this, I don't know what it is. Yeah, this is some kind of a safety, I guess, that requires you to put this back forward, because otherwise the cocking handle would fly forward and do something. Huh? What? Wait a minute. What's keeping me from... Interesting. Okay. So with that cycled, there is a little catch down here that was keeping me from... It still is. Okay, there. It moved out of the way. How did... Huh. Why would it be keeping me from... Oh, maybe there's a piece in here that's... Yeah, that's what this is. That little... This little piece right here. You can see it in the reflection right there. That's a little spike. And I think that pushes this in just a little bit. And then... fight the big spring. Ow. All right. Okay. Can't do that with just my fingers. There's a lot of sharp stuff in there, so I don't really want to. I don't want to do that with my fingers. It's gonna hurt my fingies. Can I put a suppressor on this thing? Can I quiet it down? I think the biggest quieting that could be done was is getting that action to cycle without loud plastic noises. It's about the most American bug killing device you can get. We're on a bug hunt. All right, there's no screws in this, and my hands are covered in oil. There it goes again, limiting. You gotta press it right there to get it to work in the open mode. So yeah, this will not shoot with this thing back, and that's probably to keep you from hurting yourself, the spring from throwing this thing forwards. I wonder if you could like rapid fire this thing by holding the trigger down, just like a Brunelli. But yeah, this has to go all the way forwards and then click into place, and now it's ready to fire. What is holding back the spring? Well, they've kept all the spring stuff internal to, maybe not here. I would assume that it's somewhere in all of this stuff, somewhere in this group right here. I mean, that's the part that goes forwards, this whole piece. So there's a catch back here, right? No. It's this. This bar has a catch on the end. Yeah, that bar has a catch on the end, on the back end. That locks in back here. And then this whole thing fires forward. So the spring is probably around the piston. And this piece right here is driving the entire mechanism forward. Part of the mechanism is this guide right here that is lifting this piece up, either closing or opening the chamber. I'm not sure which at the moment. And then this whole cocking mechanism is designed to reset that. There are gears at the bottom of this thing. Oh, look at that. So there are 2 gears on this, and it moves in 2 directions. How does that work? So there's a gear in there. There's a big plastic gear inside of this thing. Big plastic gear inside of this thing. And so when it goes backwards, something else is moving forwards. Well, let's take a look inside. There's a lot of stuff that I now need to undo that's going to potentially send springs in every direction. So here goes the first spring. I'm gonna detension it and then get rid of it. So in order to do that, this is where the eye protection is probably preferred, but I will need to get it away from this piece of plastic, like so. That's one spring detensioned. So I can actually just remove that now. I could probably keep it there, but we'll just remove it for the sake of the disassembly. For the sake of the disassembly. Hopefully I remember where it goes. Okay. So that's a tight fit. Oh, there it goes. Okay. All right. So we got about 250,000 screws, and there's a giant spring in there. I guess first I want to release the arm mechanism. The loading mechanism, I should say. On the subject of whether or not you could 3D print this, I'm sure you could. It seems like the design, I mean, it's a lot of plastic rolling up against a lot of plastic. It would be a little bit difficult to manage the amounts of force that you have in this thing with 3D print. I mean, you could solidify some of these parts maybe. This is a fairly complicated design, and it involves a lot of stuff sliding against a lot of stuff. There's a lot of plastic assembly grease inside of this thing right now. I do have dielectric grease, which I think is just about the same thing. That would help, you know, I could put that in here in order to get it all greased up and sliding together. But I think you'd have a lot of trouble with a 3D print in some of the motion mechanisms that are occurring here. God, that is a lot of grease. Okay, so grease is one of the main features of this thing. Somebody call critical. There's enough grease in here. Okay, that is literally just a spring thing. Why does that exist? That's there so that you, I don't know. I mean, this thing should catch what's releasing it. Maybe it's the position of this. When this is in the unloaded position, meaning it's down here, it'll uncatch the cocking mechanism. So once you get this thing all the way back up here, this will keep you from cocking it again. So it's just a little detent there that keeps you from cocking it again when this thing is up. When it moves down, supposedly it will hit this far enough over to knock it out of place, and then to assist it, they put a little plastic spike on the other cover, and that will actually fully unseat that, because it seems like the moment arm of this thing can get a little bit discombobulated, and it cannot quite fully engage that piece. So that's part of that. This thing, I don't know, we're gonna have to remove it to really see. It looks like, looks like these pieces are the yellow parts of the plastic too. That's interesting. So it's just the yellow, the front outer stuff is holding all this stuff together. Okay, let's see. What else? Well, the trigger mechanism probably has to come out now because I need the back of this thing free to take this out. So let's do that. This is the spring puzzle, by the way. This is where all the springs are going to come from, and I got to be careful to make sure that I put them back too. I'm getting electronics or whatever plastic grease all over everything. I could feel it. That's a crazy design. It's a very interesting design. I wonder if there are any ways they could make it smaller. I don't think there are. So I guess we could put a larger spring in this thing. In here. It's not exactly a buffer spring though, and I don't have stuff like that lying around. All right, so keep in mind that this is the piece that has that the little foot that's holding in that. Oh yeah, there's still one more. Derp. Derp, derp, derp. Oh boy. When the plastic piece starts lifting out on its own accord under spring tension, that's when you start to worry about what you're about to unleash. Now, they didn't use any, well, I can't say that yet, but I mean, they've got just like a regular spring here instead of one of those twisty springs. So my hope is that they don't use a lot of those in the other parts of this. They didn't. Good. Ooh, okay, so this piece right here is the catch. This is an important part of the entire mechanism. This is what catches on this piece of plastic here. So I guess over time, this will probably wear. It's not exactly metal, but hopefully it's soft enough. And it looks like they angled it backwards so that it would catch better. So that's what the trigger catches. And then when you pull the trigger, it is limited by this bar. So this bar is simply there as a cocking safety mechanism. And then when you pull the trigger, it pushes up against this piece. And that piece obviously has a little bump in it, and that bump captures that arm. Getting flashbacks to the time I took a mechanical alarm clock apart, gears in every corner. You guys should have seen, like, some of you were here for the, there's still salt on the table. Some of you guys were here for when I took apart that oscilloscope camera mechanism. That thing is cool. We kind of refurbished it. I took it apart. It was like a shutter mechanism for an O-scope camera. And I put grease in it. It turns out grease is not what you should be putting inside of camera mechanisms. Green Jeans, thank you for following. It like bound up the entire action of the whole thing. So we took it apart again. I cleaned out all the grease, put it all back together. But that was like a spring puzzle with a lot of gears and stuff, because it had the way that it closed and opened the shutter in a timely manner was through springs and reduction mechanisms. So what they would do is they would have a spring that would be tensioned when you pull the shutter, and then it would detension through a series of gears, and then that would cycle the action. But it would delay it because it had to go through that series of gears to detension into a position. Yeah, the printer was the other thing that had a lot of grease in it too. Jeez. Okay, so this is the catch mechanism. A lot of plastic. Hold on, I'm burping. My stomach is starting to get wise to the fact that I didn't actually have anything to eat today. Okay, there we go. So yeah, a lot of plastic around this. This is specifically just the thing that releases that. There's a little catch for it, I guess, so that it doesn't like get into a bad position or something. Oh, maybe so that it doesn't. Right. Okay. So there's a catch. This little foot up here, this is a weird part of the design. I'll say this right now. This is a weird thing to put on this. I think you could probably have put something into the plastic molding to keep this from happening, but you know, they're the ones who made all the decisions, and I don't have the luxury of their development. So I don't know what they ran into when they were designing this thing. There could be a very good reason why they would put a little foot on the end of this piece, but it seems like this piece could just hit up against plastic molding if necessary. But what that little foot is doing is keeping this thing from putting tension on the trigger. So the trigger gets all of its tension from that spring. The only time you're fighting two of the springs is when this thing is caught in place. And then in order to make sure that the cycling is safe, when this reaches its front position, this snaps upward. So this bar lowers and snaps upward, and then it allows this front piece of the trigger So could we violate federal law and turn this into an automatic? Probably not. Never used WD-40 on clockwork? Yeah. The WD-40 it's a water displacement formula. It is designed to keep your tools from rusting if you've left them out in the rain. That is the primary purpose of WD-40, and it does that very well. But the problem is people mistook that because it's a light machine-ish kind of oil, right? And so if you spray something with WD-40, it will get the moving parts to move again, but it will eventually find its way out of whatever you sprayed it in. It will displace whatever little bit of grease you have left in the bearing surfaces out, and then it will dry up because it's designed to dry up. This stuff, supposedly, will not dry up. I have not used this very much, but there was a discussion about WD-40s and what it does and what alternatives are, and so I bought this because it was one of the ones that was very highly regarded and mentioned in the thread that I was reading. So this stuff apparently is a WD-40-like substance, but it will not dry up. I'm not paid by these people, by the way. I haven't even tried this stuff out yet. So you buy it at your own risk. If you blow up your house with this stuff, it's not my fault. It's just not my fault. Double action out the front automatic knife mechanism. Are you just typing words now? What does that mean? All right, so we got our big spring here, and it looks like the big spring, yeah, that's the big spring. It's right in here. It's going to be a big meaty spring. Automatic toys violate federal regulation? I'm not here to find out. All right, so we got to get the rest of this stuff out. We don't have to, but we will. These 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screws right here, that one was hidden behind stuff. Those pretty much spell the end for this mechanism. Now, there's 2 gears in this that actually do the cocking action, which I find interesting. I want to get to the bottom of that and figure out what that's doing. I want to figure out how that works. I don't really think there's much that we can improve upon here. I mean, the modifications to this thing that I would initially think are possible would be like a larger spring, but that would make it even more annoying to cock. You could do a lighter spring, but it would probably be less powerful. So I don't know how you would get around that. You could put high pressure air into it. Yeah, Airsoft has all those electronically actuated things. I mean, hey, maybe you could put Airsoft stuff in this to cock the spring back. Probably not, though. All right, so what's gonna fly at my face? Right now, it's under no tension. The big spring is under no tension. So at least I know that that's not gonna, screw me up. Yeah, I don't know how you would make it quieter. I think your best bet would be to cushion this a little bit. All right, so that lifts that whole mechanism out. Oh, we do have buffers. So there are, this is the thing that's supposedly keeping it from being very loud, even though it is very loud. So I don't know what the hell this thing is doing, but this is a rubber piece here. What is designed for this thing to hit up against. So that's partially keeping your mechanism quiet. Okay, that whole fucking thing just fell out. Look at you. What is that accomplishing? That is weird. Why? Is it a reduction? I guess it's a little bit of a reduction. So that's helping, basically, you move this thing a long distance, and then the gearing turns it into higher force at shorter distance. The guy who invented that quote-unquote gun is on the Discovery Show, All American Makers, episode 4. Okay, cool. You know I saw it on TV first? Yeah, that's what everybody's been saying. They saw this thing on TV. All I know is that Louis bought one, and Lunatic Live, if you guys are curious about another streamer, Lunatic Live had one. I've seen them around for a little while, and I was like, yeah, it's, you know, hey, I would love to buy one of those. And then I looked at the price and I was like, maybe I'll wait. And so I finally decided to eat the cost. Yeah, so we got basically a cylinder and a giant spring. That spring would be the primary force behind all this stuff. It would be more annoying to cock this by hand. That's why there's a gear reduction on the on whatever the piston thing is. Yeah. And then that just basically fires air through this slightly stronger plastic. Now, how in the hell does this thing load salt into it? I'm so covered in grease that I don't know if I would be able to hold up a lot of salt. My phone just beep at me. People who think they can contact me in the middle of the day. Actually, it's Friday, so it's probably like doctors usually call on Friday, right? I'll take a look at that message in a minute. It's not like I'm busy right now. Jesus, fuck. All right, so how is this thing loading? And that's the question that we have. How are we gonna load this thing? That tomato raid yesterday, I'm glad he didn't ask me what game we were playing. Aha! That's how it does it. Actually, it looks like how Airsoft works, kind of. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It reminds me a bit of Airsoft, because with Airsoft you have a motor that is going through a gear reduction in order to pull back a piston, and when it gets to a certain point, it clicks, and then the piston goes forward, and then everything goes again. So that's why I'm thinking, like, yeah, I wonder if you could put Airsoft stuff in there. I don't know what kind of forces Airsoft deals with, though. This might be more force, or it might be less force. I don't know. Hey, there's a gasket. Well, a gasket. This is getting a little bit more industrial as we go deeper. So what happens in this? Ah, okay. All right. I think I'm getting it. How you getting with it? Okay. Okay. Sorry. Little propeller heads in my head. So when this thing goes upwards, it loads with a charge of salt from the side. It's not the cup. It loads from the side. Why would you keep the cup open like that then? That should be filled in. What the hell? Why would that be open? Then it's always going to hold on to a little bit of salt. Okay, so there's your first mod. There's your first mod as you take, here, let me get the gasket stuff out of the way. You take this piece and you fill the top so that it doesn't hold salt. The spring looks thicker, but a lot less turns. What does that do? The thickness of the spring is what determines the force. This thing is mostly hollow except for that one piece there, so yeah, it might just be from an old design, you're right. But who knows? I don't know. I didn't design this thing, so I can't speak to the designer. But I guess what happens is this thing starts moving forwards. As that moves forward, the bar that controls this thing on this track right here will pull it down. And I guess whatever is left, that's weird that it happens like that. Because you cock it and then this thing goes up. I guess if it drops down early enough, it's not going to waste a lot of the shot. And then I guess it gives this chamber a chance to build up pressure. This is clearly, they designed it with a syringe, didn't they? I think the early design of this thing must have been a syringe. Just a big syringe. But yeah, that thing drops this down, and then that's full of salt, and that salt goes out the front. So when you cock it back, this thing lifts back up, fills with the salt, and then when you fire it, when you actually pull the trigger, it pulls that salt down into the chamber, and then it fires it out the front. Neat. And then here's the gear reduction. Covered in grease. Oh God, parts are falling off. Covered in grease. So there's a big gear that just goes between these two pieces. And all that does is it translates the longer motion of cocking into the shorter motion of the spring so that you can more easily pull that thing backwards. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, right? Oh, it's making all kinds of grease noises. Ew. There's little squishing noises. Ew. Ew. Hey, what'd you do with your movie quality lapel mic? Hey, you know, it's got its uses. Asthma grease noises. Oh, I feel terrible. Okay. Ugh. I think we've pretty well dissected how this thing works. The only thing that would benefit from this further up is probably just well, if I had a high-speed camera, that would be the only thing that I could do. You know, high-speed camera. What is that spring sitting against? I'm a little worried about that. Oh, okay. All right. So the way this spring is designed is so that somebody can put it together without it being super dangerous. There is a piece of plastic back here that is holding that spring onto the bar. So this is keeping it nice and safe. This gives a spot for this to be cocked against that piece of plastic right there. So that explains all of the bolstering that this thing gets. All this stuff that's kind of keeping it super duper stable, because all that force is going against just this piece of plastic right here. So they got to keep that strong. Yeah. Animal Grind has all kinds of weird noseless emotes. Ugh. Cool. Okay, so yeah, that means that this whole thing, yep, screwed together at the tip right there. There's a big screw in it. This is the only screw that isn't coated in the oxidization, the black stuff. So if I unscrew that, this thing will fly out of the front. And then you could probably go on McMaster Car and try to find a different spring. All right, can we stop it with the sweatshop stuff? Everybody loves to mention the children in sweatshops. I don't know what's wrong with you people. Everybody mentions it around here. I don't know. I don't want to talk about it. You know? This thing was probably assembled by an old lady, all right? Or a machine. All right, so yeah, that's how this thing works. So we have a bar here that will drop the loader down. I think these are made in the US. Let me see here. Let me see here. Where'd all the packaging go for it? What'd I do with it? Oh, I threw it over here. Okay, hold on. I can get the packaging. I get the packaging. We'll see if it's got the coveted Made in USA sticker on it. For adults only. Oh, this is I should have called this an adult toy. Look at that, for adults only. I always wanted a bug assault, but I never catch them on sale. Yeah, I decided to just kind of pull the trigger on it. And get one. So this is the 3.0. I don't know what the difference between the .0s are. What is this little heartfelt message from the creator? Oh, I ripped a little bit of it, though. Shoot him dead, friend. Spray pattern. Okay. This is why the dot site, I didn't want. I wanted one with a circle on it. Mark Sutton, hey, you guys check out Mark and Sutton. Thank you for subbing. Oh God, it's a font that looks like handwriting. Blah blah blah. Product does require skill. Need to awaken your primal hunting abilities. Oh Jesus, you must be patient, practice, and don't get frustrated. Build some targets for yourself with a sheet of tinfoil and marker. Practice makes perfect. All right. Let's go to burn the subs. Oh God, I'm getting a back cramp. That's always fun. The propensity for diabetics to get Charlie horses. Ooh. Okay, there it goes. That loosened it up. I have to do dabs. I have to dab. Dabbing releases the back muscles. Mark and Sutton, going up on that board. Thank you so much for subbing. Going right by bad robots are good. Welcome to the board. Thank you so much for subbing. And away we go. Right! So yeah, I kind of tore apart all the packaging because I was like, I want to take a look at the actual thing. So yeah, apparently it's they're telling you should practice. Tin foil and a marker. Practice makes perfect. Also, sand and dirt will destroy your gun. And your warranty. You've been warned. If you have any questions or issues, please call him. He gives a number. Holy shit. Well, that's cool. I mean, look, like the price of the bug assault kind of sucks, but in terms of like supporting just some random maker who like wanted to make a really cool little air actuated salt gun so that you could kill a bug and have fun doing it, that's cool. And I think every penny that I spent on this thing is good. I think it's kind of awesome that that I can support somebody who's actually just sort of made a cool little invention that's a toy for adults to get salt in their buddy's eyes. You know? This is like what was it, like almost $60? Feels like a 14-year-old girl is lecturing you. What are you talking about, Schmide? God. Okay, Chad. Ah, man. They recommend Vaseline for lube if you want to lube it up before reassembly. I have dielectric grease. It's not Vaseline, but I think it's probably about what they used in this thing, you know? Version 1 to 2 was a substantial upgrade in parts reliability. Yeah, it looks like they went into their CAD software and they figured out, they did some force analysis on this thing, right? This is the mechanical engineering in this thing is pretty cool. But yeah, there's a lot of force in that spring, so I don't know, parts reliability and stuff like that. I wonder, I would love to know what the individual little changes that they've done on this thing are in order to make it more reliable. I want to learn that because that's good information to have. Non-toxic, no batteries. The housefly is the most common species, carrying over 100 different kinds of germ-causing diseases, such as typhoid fever, dysentery, tuberculosis, bubonic plague, and leprosy, only to name a few. Oh, God. I don't see a made in China. Hold on. Did you see a made in China? I don't see a made in America either, though. What's the accuracy? Within 3 feet is ideal. Practice accuracy by shooting aluminum foil to see the salt spray pattern. How much salt does the gun shoot? A pinch. A pinch of a salt. Just a pinch. How much does it shoot? This much. Yes, my houseflies immigrate from Africa. Hey, look, I had my cousin in Australia offer to send me some flies earlier. All right, so you never know what those flies are carrying. They could have assault rifles. Yeah, it doesn't have a made in, so I don't know. U.S. patent, but that's not a made in. A killer company? Do you really want that on your thing that you're constantly calling a gun? Do you really? Okay. Under my thumb. Under my thumb. My thumbs have been all over the place. You don't even want to know where my thumbs have been. Gun for the pest hunter. Do not shot in eyes. There you go. Made in China. So it was made in China. Made in China. Now there's all kinds of stuff. There's all kinds of stipulations for that. Like made in America, you can't just like if it's made in America, like there's restrictions on the parts and stuff like that. So, you know, I don't know. No, I think that's moving the goalposts to say that the box was made in America, or the box was made in China and the rest of it was made in America. No, this is probably made in China. It was made and assembled in China. That's probably where it was built. But yeah, I mean, you could be assembling something in America and it would still be made in, technically not made in America, because the parts are coming from overseas. The salt measure looks like a powder measure from a reloading press. You know, I wouldn't put it past them to be inspired by that design. Yeah, made in America from foreign components. Well, the first mod we could do is just pop some hot glue. into that hole. Because, like, that's not... The hollowness at the top of this thing is not part of the design. Yeah, DeWalt does, yeah, assembled in the USA because, you know, manufacturing the components in America would be too expensive. So they have to say assembled in USA because the components are not from the USA. I'm going to put this back together one for one. I'm not going to do any modifications to it. We're going to put this thing back together. Just because. Because I want to actually use this thing. I want to have it useful. It'll blow air into the chamber if the top isn't there. What do you mean? No, it won't. No, look. Does it launch things with compressed air? I think it could. I think you could load something that isn't... you got a ball bearing of a particular size? Because, yeah, I think it would definitely launch that. But again, you're voiding your warranty if you do that. That was on all the stuff. So what this is the part that loads the salt into the actual air chamber, and it's hollow on top for no good reason. So this thing will pop down, so maybe that'll distribute the salt to the outer area, but all this does is stick up into the chamber, and then salt gravity feeds into that, and then when you pull the trigger, where is it? The trigger is you. This goes up, and then when you pull the trigger, it goes bloop, drops back down, and then poof, out the front, all that stuff goes. Now, when it fires, when it's in place, there is actually a gasket. There's a rubber gasket right here that seals it. So I don't know if you're gonna be going and grabbing your paintball hopper stuff to put a little motor in there to stir it up. I don't think any of that's really necessary. Yeah, a cool little toy. All right, so let's get this thing back together. Boy, I'm going to reassemble this thing, and then we're going to have nothing to do. Nothing to do. Like, nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. So does this lock into place, or is it just a disc? I think it's just a plastic disc. It's interesting that it is the clear material, much like the chamber that sits on top of it, though. I don't know why it would be clear. I don't know what justification they could have for that. And there's a couple little guide rails here. Is that just for holding this in place? Yeah, it's like, that's a weird... Zero projects. I know, it's, I'm waiting for parts, you know? I'm waiting for parts, so we're doing everything else. I mean, we could get into the CPAP machine, too. I didn't want to do that, like, everything in one day. Although I can get my my rail stuff, and we can see if we can mount a Picatinny rail to this thing, just to have fun sporterizing it a little bit. Why is this like that? That's so weird. It's got a little catch there. There's the rubber seal, and then it's got one single catch on this side. Very, very strange. I don't know why you would design it like that specifically. Yeah, there's a little, basically a rubber washer, and then another piece of clear plastic that sits below it. Yeah, parts sharing between this and the clear version. That might be it. That might be it. The reason for the different plastics going in there. I guess they say to lube it with Vaseline because they figure the perverts who buy this thing will also have that on hand. Oh, I see. So it goes against the backing plastic and then also the stuff on top. Well, yeah, I mean, I know the difference in it is so it can't be installed backwards, but I mean, there's some different, like, there's other ways you could do that, but I don't know. That's just what they did, huh? That's just what they did. All right, so cocking mechanism goes in next. Oh, wait, I got to get these screws in first. A little piece that limits the charge loading thing. Is that twist? No, not really. All right, so I have to pull that out. The spring is now untensioned, which I guess is all right. Just like that. And 2 screws on that. Well, we're lucky that they used one type of screw for this whole thing, which means there's, you know, a lot of savings there. You just buy a big bushel of springs and use, or sorry, a big bushel of screws, and you just use the same one and everything. Yeah, I don't know if it's for specifically for assembly. I mean, I know it is designed that way so that it only fits in one way, right? You can only put the little hopper in the proper way. It only faces one direction, which means that the door is always going to open from the same side. It means it can't spin and all that other stuff. I mean, these posts that are holding the whole thing together should keep it from spinning, and then there's stuff in the shell of the plastic that holds in the hopper as well. It's just, in addition to that, they've got the weird interfacing pieces that for some reason there's just 2 and 2 like this holding it together. Not like this, you perverts, like this. So that somehow holds that together in the way that they meaningfully designed it. I don't understand that. So yeah, it's not a toy, it's only for adults. It's an adult toy. But yeah, they say if you need to lubricate it, use Vaseline. You perverts. How's that going there? Shouldn't it? Yeah, that should just fall in there. And then the big plastic disc goes up against this piece here, which is kind of, it's a little bit it's hard to see. It's like impossible to see. It's like a little bit reinforced there, and then it's got the rubber on the front, hopefully to quiet it down, but I don't think you could use CO2 in this. It would take a little bit of modification. You'd have to insert it like up here, and then how would you get it to load the salt properly? I mean, you could just take a brass tube and put a CO2 trigger on the end of it. You know, you just throw some salt in your paintball marker. All right, so the springs that we have to choose from. This is the one that locks the end of this. So that goes up here, I believe. No, it might be too big. We might be dealing with a smaller screw. All right, we need a spring. I'm calling springs screws today. I don't know what's wrong with me. Let's do a little inventory here. Where is that sight? It's here. That one takes the broken one. Big spring on the trigger. Smaller spring on this. Okay, so we know where all our springs go. Let's get the non-sprung stuff in. So that would be this piece here. I need to make sure that this gets ahead of that orange piece. That just goes in like that. This is like, feels a little bit like assembling a gun, doesn't it? Not really. Guns aren't built like this. It'd be kind of interesting if this followed some of the design language of guns. Oh, look at that. Whoa. Camera adjusting. Let's give the yeah. We're playing the long game. We're gonna give all these bugs high blood pressure. Uh-oh. We do have different screws in certain areas. Oh boy. Well, those aren't gonna get properly reinstalled. I don't know which ones. I wonder where the long ones went. If they like went there. No way to tell. I have absolutely no idea where the slightly longer version of these screws go. There's ones that are like a couple millimeters longer, and I've got 2 of them. Those are just going to be interchangeable with the rest. There's no way that I could possibly figure out where those go. Oh, the other thing that I wanted to do is figure out mounting a Picatinny rail, which isn't going to happen. I mean, that seam is the center. Okay, my phone just buzzed again. Who the fuck? Hold on, let's go to face cam here for a second here. I gotta check my phone and see what's up. Oh, did Krigor get another car? What did he do? Why is he messaging me in the middle of my stream? He found something in the door of his new car. Oh, it's part of the door. Is in the door, wrapped in the car cover. And he got floor mats. Hey, all right, cool. Anyway, those are the updates from a friend of mine. He got literally like the exact same car as I have, except it's not a station wagon. So he's been pinging me with like 5,000 different things about fixing on the car. And the state that I bought my car in, I haven't had to go in and mess with any of that stuff yet. So I'm like, I don't know. I actually don't know. I wonder how easy it would be to 3D print something like this. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, there's a lot of force on that plunger there. You'd have to buy a syringe, obviously, and you'd have to figure out the barrel, because that's not, these are the parts that wouldn't take to 3D printing very well. Pressure vessels, as well as sealing surfaces and stuff like that. This part that loads the chamber, that would also be fairly difficult. I mean, you'd have to control where the ridges are, or, I don't know, do like an acetone treatment on it. It's very possible that with a little bit of elbow grease, you could get a good 3D print of something like this. You're gonna build an arcade cabinet? I mean, I could just build a table and that would collect just as much dust. Question is, would your kids like playing with an arcade cabinet? I think that's where the arcade cabinet comes into fruition or whatever. That's like the primary purpose. I don't know. For me, if I built an arcade cabinet, it would collect dust. We wanted to get a MAME machine in one of my old apartments, but the question would be who gets it in the end and all that stuff. I just didn't want to deal with that. So yeah, I want to put a rail on top of this thing, and I wonder what kind of rail stuff I have. I got a couple bins that are filled with old parts. I think it would be hilarious to install something on this, but let's see here. These are just like sights. In an old plastic bag. I mean, if I could do the Magpool pop-up sights on this, because I don't need these anymore. That would be kind of silly, but it would be fun. There's nowhere to, like, even... I would have to buy, like, little tiny rails that I could mount this stuff to. Yeah, driving simulators just to sit in an arcade cabinet. That's kind of how they design them. And I got an old stock. I would need a tube. I'd need to somehow get, like, a buffer tube on the back of this thing. I don't know how that would work. That would be kind of doable, though. I'm gonna have to find like a maybe not a metal buffer tube, but like I think you can 3D print. I think there are buffer tubes you can 3D print. I don't know how I would attach that to the back end, but there is room for fasteners and stuff back there. So if I could get that bolted on, that would be hilarious. I'd no longer have it as a sawed off. They're not AR-15 rails, they're Picatinny rails. And I got various stuff that I've been playing with Picatinny rails. I think this is Weaver to Picatinny, and this one is just one that's had a bad time. Generally, it's just had a bad time. So I could potentially use some of this stuff. These are my leftovers, basically. If I were to cut a portion of this, how would that work? It doesn't have to be amazingly stable, right? Put a stock on it and you have to fill out a Form 4. I gotta pay a $200 tax stamp, which the price of which hasn't changed since like many, many, many years ago. That would be a unique thing to 3D print. Using the Magpool front thing as your cocking lever. You could cut out the plastic and maybe attach this directly. No. Hold on. I've got some other stuff in a cabinet that might fit the bill. Let's see. Where did I put those? All right, hold on. I'm just looking through the little project bins over here. I may have to order something to do this. I may have to order like a little Picatinny thing. Yeah, it looks like I probably will. What about this stuff? Here's some mounts for the that green laser that I have. I'm trying to sporterize this thing, so doing all of these modifications that are kind of dumb. Oh, I could have a side rail. Do that. So you'd go to your side rail. Oh God, no. It is. Listen, the relation that this has to an insulin pump shouldn't be ignored, because most insulin pumps are they're just a syringe that gets a very specific amount of It goes forward a specific amount at a time. Yeah, this could directly mount the laser. Okay, all right. Well, I guess that solves that one. I was going to look at the 3D printed parts for mounting the laser, but I mean, geez, that is the right size. I think that might grip when the other half of it's on there. So I'll be able to attach the stupid laser to the front. That'll be funny. All right, what else? Well, I'm going to have to order rails because the ones that I have in that bin aren't good for mounting to this thing. So I will need to buy something, and it will have 2 screws on it, and then I'll have to figure out how to get those 2 screws through basically through the seam of the entire thing. As funny as it would be to have the pop-up Magpool sights, I don't think I have anywhere to mount them. I don't think that's going to work at all. Here, hold on, I'm getting them. 3D print the rails. I guess if I do that, I could glue them on, but then I've got this metal dot sight that I want to use with it. This thing is metal. The point was to use actual stuff because it would be fun. And this is like pretty cheap quality one. If you can't shoot the bugs in the dark, you're doing it wrong. Yeah. Let me get my infrared laser on this thing. No holographic sight. No, they're not. The holographic sight's kind of pointless. You don't need a holographic sight on this. Holographic sights are also extraordinarily expensive compared to cheapo airsoft quality dot sights, you know? This thing was I think $60, and it's got a CR 2032 battery in it. It has an auto off feature. So you just pick up the thing and then you've instantly got a dot sight. Stuff like that is why I don't use these anymore, why I don't have these things on here, because these things have been run, not this one specifically, but like HoloSun sights have been run through a lot of the more rigorous law enforcement, like FBI style, what is it, like vetting. And it turns out like this is pretty much just as reliable as irons. So whatever. Take it off and then nuke them from orbit. Yeah. EOTechs are like $200. Yeah, they're ridiculous. I don't know. There's not much benefit to them. It would be kind of funny to just sink a couple wood screws in this and hold a little rail on for the back and the front, so you'd have the little pop-up sights. Okay, I mean, the whole point of this is to go a little bit overboard with this, right? But I don't think I'm gonna put the pop-up irons on it. It would be fun to co-witness these with this, but there's no rail on the top of this thing. I need like one big rail on the top of the whole thing. Let's put it together. Let's put it back together in good faith. I don't think I'm going to be able to mount the sight right now. I need to actually buy a rail that'll have 2 screws on it. And then the ideal location for that is right here. I'll have to figure out what I do with that. Like if I maybe I could capture a bolt beneath the plastic, but it's got to be right here. That's the problem. And right here, there's all this plastic in the way. All the force is down here. There's a couple screws here, too. You know, the alternative is to 3D print one and then just glue it. Mount the sights on the side. Well, that's what was in this bin, because I was playing with stupid mods. So I've got these stupid side sight mods. So I could be like a total baller. Maybe get another one of these, and then I could go to the side irons. like in what is the guy again? Deadshot, something like that. Some movie guy. Anyway, movie superhero. We got a lot of assembly to do though. Let's put this thing back together. Yeah, see, I was playing with like. No. That's how you really take care of a fly. That's right. Get all my tactical gear on. Get my $20,000 dual tube night vision goggles. Sam Fisher that shit. The bugs will never know what hit them. I don't know where these longer screws go. It's annoying that I don't know. When you kill enough flies, you unlock skins for it. I can do the dot sight and then the irons on the side. The whole point of these things, these dot sights that have 7 kajillion hours of life to them, is that these can ostensibly replace your iron sights. I wish this had a circle on it though. If I had that 65 MOE circle in the middle there, that would be so much more appropriate for something like this, because the spread, like, what is it, 3 feet, and the spread is like enormous. Look at this. 24, 30 inches, and 36 inches. So like, you know, that actually might be that the circle that's visible through this is going to represent the spread. With the dot in the center, anything in the reticle is going to get hit with salt. I'll have to do some testing on that. But yeah, this is apparently the spread of the thing. Could I put a choke on it? I could put a choke on it. An extra barrel. That doesn't suck. This thing is well above and beyond the Call of Duty for this. I probably should have gotten a really cheap, just like, not a dot, but maybe if there was like a circle dot with just like the little piece of glass instead of an entire shroud around the thing. But I did want to kind of go a little bit overboard with it. No, I don't have a fly problem. I barely even get bugs in here. Every now and then there's a spider on the wall, and I don't want to kill it because it kills bugs. It's a fly eye scope. Yeah, it's got the anti-reflection thing on the front because it takes itself way too seriously. Your enemy is going to be able to spot this little red dot inside of it, though, because all this thing is, it's an LED at an angle, and then it hits a piece of glass that's tilted in just the right way to send that light basically straight backwards. It's so simple, and they charge so much money for these things. Mainly probably the engineering and the machining of this thing. This thing is a direct copy of a HoloSun sight. And you've got the optics in it, obviously, to move the dot in whatever direction, you know, X and Y, and then you've got your CR2032 battery on it. But like the HoloSun has the circle around the dot, and you can turn that on and off with these things. In addition to that, this thing has, I don't think it's an accelerometer. I think it's a particular chip that can turn it off if there's no motion. This one lasts 1 hour before it turns off. The HoloSun you can adjust. The HoloSun is like $300 though. So when you put this thing down, this will turn off. It won't use battery. You just pick it up again and the thing is automatically on. So for the past couple days, I've had this sitting on my desk like this so that I could peek through the reticle, and it does turn off, and when I pick it up, it turns back on. But I've had to do that several times. Like, wait, did I see the dot before or not? What was I looking at? But the fact that this is just like a piece of glass that you look through just means that you can leave both eyes open and it'll be on the target as long as you see the dot. It's not quite a holographic sight. The holographic sights, you will not be able to see the emitter. It's just an LED, right? Like a $300 LED in a piece of glass. It's crazy. And then there's a green version of the HoloSuns, and the green version adds like $100 to the price, whereas they're just changing the LED. What site is this? This is, I wouldn't suggest you go and buy it, but it's Feyachi. It's just Amazon brand. The ones that are good are the HoloSuns. HoloSuns have this component that's actually a little tiny solar panel, and they put a bunch of them at the top so that it adjusts its light level depending on how bright it is where you are. In addition to that, it gets just a little bit of power off of that. It doesn't go 100% on solar, but it does help like increase the battery lifetime of the unit. Yeah, the HoloSuns are really good. This thing is a piece of crap that I bought from Amazon because it was about the same price as this thing. That's it. That's all it was. That was the justification. I'm like, I want to go a little bit overboard with this thing, so I'm gonna put like a slightly nicer dot sight on it. So apparently the mechanism, the beauty of this mechanism is that the plunger is moving all of this stuff backwards. And what that does is it safes the trigger, it catches the spring, and then it puts a safety into the trigger so that when you return this all the way to the front, which, oh, I missed the thing. Okay, hold on. When you return this all the way to the, I gotta unscrew it. God damn it. When you return it all the way to the front, this lever will lower and then the trigger will be active again. And I guess that keeps you from pulling the trigger and then having this thing slam your hand. So you need to you need to uncock the thing fully before it will actually cycle. I could leave out this bar. I could leave out that primary safety mechanism. And then this thing could spring back and hit you in the hand. We also found gearing inside of this, what enables this thing to move less to cock the thing more. What's going on here? Hey! No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Hey! Don't touch me. There we go. Just snaps into place. The grease. The grease is everywhere today. Have you looked up the site yet, Dins? Do you find any reviews on it? I found one review of this site, and oh my god, the YouTube video. Apparently, the company sent him the site. Which, boy, oh boy, should I not? I should probably be emailing these people to see if they'll send me stuff. Because man, I could use that $65 that I spent on this thing in my pocket for me talking about this thing right here. Gun seems pretty well designed for a cheap toy. It's like a $65 toy, man. This thing is not cheap. These are not as cheap as you would expect a pile of plastic to be. But we can see, just like you said, Kill a Clown, we can see where all the engineering is going. This thing is, I mean, in terms of like being able to disassemble and reassemble something that is essentially a bunch of springs under tension inside of a plastic case, this has been pretty nice. Breaking the glue was annoying, but everything else about this, being able to assemble, like disassemble and reassemble this with not too much expenditure, not too much expended effort, that's pretty cool. It would be interesting if the designer of this would make it more like a real gun, where you have the ability to field disassemble it. If it had like a bunch of catches that you undid, and then just like, you know, I could go at this like Gun Jesus does. Like Ian, is it no, what's his name again? The Forgotten Weapons guy. It's unfortunate that this thing doesn't assemble that way, because then he could do a parody video on it. Ian McCullum. Okay. I thought it was McClellan for some reason. Isn't that somebody else? Not Forrest Gump. No. No, if you want good videos to have your coffee to in the morning, you guys should check out Forgotten Weapons. Tell him Bother sent you. No, he's got his own... Shit. Fuck. We forgot this piece. Perfect. God damn it. I gotta undo all this stuff. Yeah, they call him Gun Jesus. He's big into French guns. But yeah, he does Forgotten Weapons, which is just like basically museum gun auctions, and him going through these weird, sometimes forgotten relics of the past. And it's interesting to see all the mechanisms that come into play for things like this. This thing is not all that much different from all those, aside from the fact that it is primarily made out of plastic and it requires a bunch of screws being undone in order to get into it. All right, so how does this thing... What the fuck? How did this thing fall out in the first place? I think it was when I fully pulled this thing off. There's two halves of this that aren't screwed together. They're just press fit. I think when this came out... Yeah, here we go. Jeez. It's all covered in grease. Ew. Ew. This thing is gross. How did... No, it doesn't go there. This goes on a sliding track. That's what it is. So this piece right here goes into this sliding track, and that's what moves it about. Moves it about. Yeah, it's a good channel. It's the channel I have my coffee to every morning. I like Forgotten Weapons. What are you saying? 3:15 p.m. on a Friday, right before a long weekend. I'm done. Oh man, those long the night before a long, or sorry, the work day before a long weekend was always crazy, wasn't it? I'm trying to remember how this thing goes together. Remember, Simba. Let's see. I think this goes this way. And it looks like that's not right. That ain't correct. Didn't this... Wait, this part sticks out. Shit! Alright, hold on. I gotta go get that. Ew. Same, thanks for stream. Oh, yeah. You guys are leaving work already? Yeah. Well, I'm still working. This is the day where you can make certain the servers will crash on the weekend. Yeah. This is the day when everybody tries to find you to offload whatever responsibility they have onto you. I had friends who would schedule a weekly meeting on Fridays, and the weekly meeting there was nobody in it. It was just him. He put it on his calendar so other people weren't able to schedule things that conflicted. What's up, Gonad? How you doing? We're looking at a bug assault. This is bug crime. We're looking at bug crime. Crime bug. I think this goes this way. Yeah, this way, over here. Oh, what is that doing? Oh, this is the spring mechanism that catches the what do I call it? The cocking lever? I don't know all the individual terminologies. I'm certain I will offload on you. Yeah, right? God, I hated that. They'd always try to find you on the Friday, right before the quiet before the storm. Uh-oh, this thing needs to go back in a certain way, doesn't it? Like with this thing fully cocked, not half cocked. Oh, you absolute son of a bitch. Hold on. I'll figure this out. Where did that go? Oh, God. It's covered in grease. It's going to pick up everything. It's disgusting. All right. Get all the disgusting stuff off of it. All right. We got to figure out how to reassemble this. I'm going to get some paper towels, though, because my hands are covered in grease. Everything's going to be covered in grease now. It's the way of it. It's the way of it, chat. It's not, my floors are not carpeted. They're not carpeted, though you would be confused if you had picked up a thing that was covered in grease, thinking that it was. At the end of the day, on a Friday, is when the slackers make sure it looks like they accomplished something that day. Yeah, that's something. It's always something. There's still disgusting stuff all over it. Well, luckily this thing is a little bit like an AK-47 in that everything is spread out. Where does this lever, because this goes in the trigger mechanism. So does it go like this? No, it goes like this. But then where does that rocker come into play? Right there. Okay, so there's that. That's where that sits. This is a salt gun, the powers of which, if Twitch could harness, would be able to take over the world. All of the salt, all of the time. Abide by the salt. Do not become addicted to the salt. But yeah, this is a bug assault. So this is designed to use air in order to fire salt at a bug. And so we've been looking at the different mechanisms that are in play here. Basically what it does is moves a piston backwards. This is a geared mechanism so that the long throw of the cocking mechanism can actually pull back this actuator, which is on a piston. That actuator pulls back, catches here with a mechanism that's back here related to the trigger. It's designed very similarly to the way some gun mechanisms work. But as that cocks backwards, a little guide here pulls this lever up and down. And so what'll happen is this piece will go up and there's a hole in there. And that'll pick up salt. When you pull the trigger, that whole sliding piece goes forwards. That's why this thing is so loud. There's a lot of stuff that moves forward suddenly. That sliding piece moves forwards. This drops down with a charge of salt. The air pressure that's built up gets released, and all that salt flies out of the front of the barrel. Yeah, the floor is not carpeted. It's just disgusting. Only reason it's like a shotgun is because it's firing salt. You could probably load a BB into this thing if you really wanted to. I would not suggest doing that. but there's nothing stopping you. I don't know what this piece right here is. What is that? I think that's just more barrel. Yeah, I think that's just more barrel glued onto the front. Is there like a choke mechanism in there? You shouldn't look down the barrel of stuff, by the way, chat. You should never look down the barrel. You should always look from the other end. So I should probably do this. There we go. Fully safe, dude. Yeah, there's nothing to that. I think that's just an extension. So this is just a little extension on the end there. I believe that this chamber is either there for support, or in my theory, it's because when this thing is up and you've started shooting, you've pulled the trigger, and this thing is starting to fly forwards, it's going to be cut off here until it flies forwards enough that the salt charge is loaded. So I think maybe this extra volume here is so that it compresses a little bit, and then when this locks into place, it goes poof, and then really fires this stuff out the front. I could be wrong about that, or it could be a happy accident in the design of the thing, but it seems like, I mean, that holds to reason. Started watching you make an RC car, now shotguns. I'm waiting for parts on the RC car. Give me a break. Plus, I am closest to a variety streamer in terms of the content that I do. So what happens is when this goes all the way back forward and locks into place, then this bar drops down and it releases the trigger. So while this thing is cocked backwards and the lever up here is down, this thing will keep the trigger from being pulled. If you look up the bug cam accessory on the website, it might give you an idea of how to mount a rail or sight. Bug cam? Okay, hold on. Bug assault bug cam. Oh yeah, we'll do that in a minute. We'll do that in a minute. I have a cheap but more professional laser to go on there. Yeah, I mean, okay, that's what I was gonna do anyway. I was just gonna add a rail there. I'll just buy like a little Picatinny rail. Why? It's like a barbecuing combo and it comes with these claws. What? Why? Anyway. All right, so yeah, let's get this mechanism back together because this thing is a little weird. So I want this thing to be in the unloaded position, and I don't want that bar to drop out of it. So I guess this all the way up here, and this like onto that rail. There we go. Oh, does it only... Oh, that's right. So this... No. You don't know. This little bastard right here loves to fall on the floor. Jeez. Cheeky bastard. You're running around science like kids with guns. Creating a new world while the one you got stinking. Go on, hands up. Anyone who thinks they got it right. Yeah, there's always one. I can see you. If you want the position to go, then take the responsibility. Sorry, it's a orbital sample from one of their albums. It's from some TV miniseries thing. Salt gun comes with a complimentary salad slicers. I know those things are actually. I actually have a set of those, chat. I have a set of those. They're not that one specifically, but they are for. Okay, this needs to be fully forward when this is like that. Okay, there we go. That's it loaded up. Basically, against that catch there, and this thing up against this piece. So that's where it's fully ready to load backwards. So now I can put this thing in. But yeah, that was from an Orbital album, and a friend of mine found where it came from. I saw the scene, but it was a silly British mini-series. There we go. Everything just snaps into place. That was easy. Covered in grease. And this thing still isn't installed. This thing seems to want to find the floor. Every time I try to install it, it pops out, and then it rattles around, and it almost drops on the floor. So that goes here, but I need to also get it into the two halves of this piece. This is part of the reliability of this thing, I guess. Or lack thereof. I guess the 3.0 incorporates a lot of the stuff they learned along the way, right? There we go. So those are the two mechanisms behind this thing, and then this is just literally just a safety catch. Its entire purpose is to keep this thing from rocketing forward on you and, I guess, hurting you. What would be interesting is if I cut out the bottom plate for this and I attached my Magpul front grip. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. That would be fun, though. I did want to over-sporterize this thing. So this is the guide rail for the actual salt mechanism. That's an important little bit right there. That just fits in like this. It basically just hangs over this area on these two bolts. You know, the design of this thing is interesting. I think there's strange features that they've incorporated from, I don't know, just like gun mechanisms feel a lot like this, except that they would rely on the metal enclosure instead of something like this clipping on. Instead, this feature would be machined into something, or there would be like something that would advance it, and then it would follow a track on the outer shell of the thing. Feels a lot like it was designed sort of from the ground up. Like you start with a flat plane and you make your mechanism and all the catches and stuff, and then you design down from there to do the enclosure and up from there to do the enclosure on the other end. 3D print a zombie green color vertical grip. That's where you would put the vertical grip, though. You could cut out this bottom plate and it wouldn't really affect the mechanism all that much. You got to be careful, though. No, you know what? You could you could basically like open this up and you could put a vertical foregrip on that. You'd have to figure out where the mins and the maxes are for it, but it's all doable. That would be funny. Get my bug assault with a vertical foregrip. We're sporterized in these woods. Yeah, all that zombie stuff with like real guns, that was all very concerning to me back in the day. I don't know if they're doing that as fervently anymore, but they had like specific zombie like actual gun rounds, and it's like, guys, this is not cool anymore. Like, zombie apocalypse is not going to happen. I'm sorry. Can we stop selling like real parts? There was freaking even EOTech had a version of their holographic sight. So we're talking about like pretty high technology weapons sights, right? That had a biohazard symbol on it. And so in order to do that, they would have to like fundamentally change part of their optics. So they had to have some pretty smart people run a biohazard through like whatever that interference thing is that they get in order to make the reticle, and make a biohazard logo reticle on a real weapon sight. It's just the height of cringe. I don't understand why they did this. I guess if it drove sales, but man. Zombie targets are more involved than ever. Yeah, the accessories and the ammo and stuff, it was getting a little crazy. It's like, wait, this stuff is for real guns? Like, what the fuck? I guess they could sell whatever they want, but man, it's a little bit much. I think the cringe market has never been, at that point, had never been more bountiful. All right, so main trigger with the main spring on it right there. That's that safety mechanism. Everything is seated and happy. Oh, we don't have the 3 screws at the top here. Top screws coming through. Same time, large million-dollar company. Piece of rotten flesh. What are you talking about? No. The frangible rounds are so that the bullet doesn't go through things behind other things. Not for rotten flesh. What are you talking about? Bath salts. Yeah, I worked a couple festivals. I know what those do to a person. Why don't you change the color of the polymer tips? Yeah, they just dipped it in a. Maybe they messed up and they're like, whoa, this is way too green. This green tip is like fluorescent green. Let's Let's call these zombie rounds. Got McDonald's. Made it back in time to see it blast again. Yeah, man. I haven't been going very quickly with this, just because we're kind of hanging out. Safety. Put that in there. I wonder how much of this was based on actual firearms, you know? I see some similarities. Groovy is dropped in to say butts. All right. All right. He's done it. He's done it. He said butts. He said butts in chat. My God. He's fulfilled his glorious purpose. He did it. He did it. He finally did it. That feels like the wrong spring, but it's not. It feels like very taut. This should be disengaged. Oh, well, I guess the trigger isn't engaged. There we go. I guess it's all right. Anti-zombie pepper spray? That's right. I kind of remember that. I kind of remember that from back in the day. All right, so this just drops down on that mechanism, right? Like this, so that this little piece right here, this little flag-shaped piece, sits up against this spring, so that spring doesn't fire out and find my eyeball. Let's get these screws back in. Now, there are two different sizes of screws here, and I've completely mixed them up. So who knows if the right stuff got to the right place? Who knows? Not me. Not the shadow. The shadow knows. What evil lies in the hearts of men? All right, let's get some of this stuff back together here. I can at least mount the stupid laser to the front. We can do that. Although I've had more use of that laser off of something like this. You know, we've been using that laser as a pointing device, and I'll shine it through stuff at times. If Glock got a hold of this thing and simplify it to 5 parts, I know. Yep. The Germans would definitely do that. It certainly could use it. This is a lot of parts in here. But I mean, part of the way that they would do that is by having the sliding mechanism and the guides and stuff would be machined into the outer shell instead of having them on their own thing. Is Glock German? I thought it was Austrian, right? Was I wrong about that? Yeah, Gaston Glock is an Austrian engineer. Close enough. Everyone in the chat disliked that. All right, so yeah. I think the outer shell goes on next. I almost want to omit this thing because it's totally unnecessary. Australian. The Austrian aliens. Why is this spring like messed up? I don't know if that's something that's supposed to be like that or if actually cocking the mechanism broke the spring. Well, yeah, I mean, a rifle has the benefit of like 100 years of design and purpose behind it, whereas this thing was some guy copying the mechanisms of a rifle. I mean, this doesn't ramp around into a chamber and then lock it. It has to lower a little load of salt into an air tube. Yeah, it does seem to have vague similarity to like an air rifle or even a whatchamacallit, thinking brain thinking. Brain, hold for brain. 3, 2, 1, brain. Hello. Airsoft rifle. There we go. Jeez. Nowhere near a paintball marker, though. Front sight, I guess. I'll humor it. I'll put this in. They just wanted it to be orange, so they made it another piece of plastic. All right, so like that, and then we seal it all in. Oh, wait, this spring. That would have been funny. Haha joke. Funny time. Haha. Yeah, this thing needs to be locked into place. So tensioning a spring, right? So we'll put the spring onto the one post where it sits, put it on there, and now I'm going to screw this down so that it doesn't go anywhere while I tension it. And then in order to tension it, I'll use a screwdriver and just kind of just force it into place. But this kind of stuff is kind of difficult to do. You need to make sure that this spring has nowhere to go before you retension it, because this is the kind of spring puzzle that can get you hurt. Actually, I could just do this with my hands. Just like that. There we go. A little bit of force on the thumb there, but that thing's all put together. It's not going to go flying. This post is doing the Lord's work. Man, I guess this thing is held upwards a little bit. But yeah, there's a little piece of like plastic that pushes this thing in, and that's what enables you to cock this back. I don't know if they consider that like a safety feature or what, or if that was something that they did after the fact, because this is capable of going all the way up like this and keeping this little catch from disengaging. This arm up and down disengages when this little catch is pushed in. That catch is pushed in when this thing is down, and then the act of having this thing cocked all the way forwards will safety the trigger. So when this is pushed forward and you're able to cock this back, the act of cocking this thing backwards engages the trigger safety, so you can't just hold this thing down and like rack it to keep shooting salt. Yeah, it's not like the trench gun, but yeah, it's interesting. It's a like a dual safety mechanism back here. You could put a hopper from a paintball gun over the breech to make it high capacity, maybe. Bug assault. What is that? It's a shotgun-like device, a spring-loaded air pressure device. What is designed to throw salt at bugs. It is the most American way to kill bugs that we've ever conceived. So the thing about this is I got to work this piece in here too, but this piece has to go over both sections. So I have to kind of like peel it back and now rotate it into place to where it'll actually, there we go, catch. And now that doesn't rotate and it can't be removed, and it's orange. So presumably the police won't kill you if you have one of these. Presumably, you know, you can never really make that assumption. Man, I really wish I had kept track of which screws were the long ones and which were the short ones, because it certainly is a mix of them. Put a battery-powered compressor on it. I think the thing that you would do is, if you wanted to, you could probably mix this with some air stuff. Kill bugs, just subscribed. The only good bug is a dead bug. I think the, like, if you really wanted to take this into the, because people in this chat, they like to take things kind of to the extreme. That's kind of the viewership that I have, right? We got a bunch of people who like to modify things, whether it be electrically or mechanically, and they like this kind of content where you're working on projects and stuff. So that playing into this, I think your best modification would be, oh, somebody subbed? Wait, what happened? Pyro gifted a sub to kill bugs. Oh, I didn't catch that. I thought it was a follow. Let's put that up on the board. Pyro, thank you for the gift sub. By the way, guys, it's September. Your subs are 20% off. You could end up with a couple more names on the board if you feel like it. 20% off of subscriptions through the month of September. Tember. Oh, my hands are too greasy to touch anything over here. Ew. It's gross. Kill bugs. Going right by Michael T. Mayer and Barakanov have a new friend, and it's kill bugs. Welcome to the board. Thanks to Pyro S. I appreciate that. No. Paintball, no. Yeah, why don't you just load birdshot into your pistol, and then you can fucking just shoot a bug on the wall with your pistol. You know, like, come on, guys. You can get stupid extreme with everything. No, but I mean, if you really wanted to take this design and like do something crazy with it, you could use probably airsoft parts in order to cock that spring back again. Yeah, or just use a flamethrower. Just get a fuel oil flamethrower. Not an Elon Musk flamethrower, because that's just a torch. That's not a flamethrower. That's just a brazing torch. You can get the Elon Musk flamethrower without all the plastic on it, and you can braise steaks with it. No, but this will be fun. I'm looking forward to kind of screwing around with this thing a little bit. If I can find a good buffer tube, putting a stock on this would be hilarious. You know, there's only a certain point that you can go to until this thing would be classified as a destructive device. Currently, in its current state, it is definitely not. But the things that you guys are suggesting are dumb, because then this thing would be classified as a destructive device, and you'd have to pay a tax stamp for it, or put your address on it. I don't want to do either of those. There's one more screw to go in the body, and I've got 4 screws left. How many do the... Wait, where did the... Oh, the handles. Handles take 2. Handles take 2. One more? Up there, maybe? Hold on. Let me get this one back in. We'll see if which ones I missed. Yeah, chat suggesting dumb things. I know. Shocked Pikachu indeed. Shocked Pikachu. Okay, so that's... Oh, dear God. I figured out why the spring was broken. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Well, let me just do a screw inventory here to see if I'm missing any. So if I get that one, then the other ones that are left are none. There are none left. There's just that one. That one, that one, that one. Got him, got him, got him. And that means I have... I'd have 3 screws left. All right, so be on the lookout for where that one screw is, because we missed one. We gotta back it up a little bit. Hey, Twisted Sister, how's it going, man? Dude, everybody's been crazy with gun stuff today. We demand rigidly defended areas of doubt and uncertainty. What? I got this Feachi Amazon special that I want to mount to this thing. It's just a little red dot, just to go a little over sporterized. I was hoping I could use the Magpul pop-ups, but I don't have a good way of attaching them. I don't have rails on this thing, really. That would be hilarious if I could, but the problem is there's a seam right where the Picatinny would go. So I'm going to have to hop on Amazon and grab a Picatinny rail that I can then, I don't know, I can't just put a screw through there because it'll pop the seam. And there's some mechanisms right below it. I'll figure it out, though. But we can at least put a laser on this thing, which was also an Amazon special that I bought many, many years ago. I'll have to find the actual body of the laser. I don't know where that is. Twisted Sister subbing for 45 months. Holy crap. It is September, everybody. You get a little bit off of your subs. 20%. Probably tells you in the little window down there. You should get a laser too. Yeah. I guess I could put the green laser on it. Twisted Sister, welcome to the board. Yeah, cheaper ones for airsoft, certainly, but I wanted to go a little overboard. Welcome, welcome. I do have my old Magpul stock, if I can get a buffer tube on this thing. Like I said, sporterized. Just have to figure out how to attach it to the back there. Probably not with 3D printing. I know I can 3D print a buffer tube, so maybe that would be the key to this. But hold on, we got too many screws, so I got to figure out where they go. We get another look at, hey Metric Fox, how you doing? We get another look at the inside of this thing because I've got extras. I got extras. Not supposed to have extra screws. Yeah, going overboard by using like real gun accessories versus you guys going overboard and talking about shooting superheated salt out of the thing. You be the judge of that. Oh, you could use CO2 on this thing, and then you could load it up with steel wool and a spark plug. That was one of the weirder fucking ideas that Chad had. Doesn't make any sense, but okay. You guys are like a bunch of 12-year-olds. Just get a metal 3D printed Lola. No. My insulin pump is trying to beep at me, but I'm ignoring it. I put a laser on my Chihuahua Little Badger 22 mag single shot. Jeez. I haven't heard of that one. I thought Chihuahua's whole thing was just the rhino. I didn't think they had others. Got that. That. Did I get this? Nope. There it is. That's the one I was missing. Now, see, this weirdo mount that I think came with one of the lasers, I think will work up here. I think that's the right width. Sounds like somebody put too much thought into that. Oh, yeah. That's chat for you. This mechanism is annoying. This is designed to hold the front end together and make sure that you can't remove the orange barrel tipper so you don't get friggin' lit up by a nervous police officer. All right, so I think we are missing one screw in this. I think we're missing a screw. Let's see here. If I were a screw, and I'm not saying I'm not, where would I be? It looks like we got all of them. I don't really see anything. Unless maybe there was some kind of thing inside of this that took another... Oh, I see where it is. It's under this bar. There's a screw hole. Did they make a 3-barrel shotgun? Were they not satisfied with the Rhino? I mean, they're sitting there and they're going, you know what? The Matsuba auto revolver was pretty weird and complicated. Let's make a simpler one that looks like a space gun. And they did. And that wasn't enough. That wasn't enough. Apparently they had to go crazy. What is this thing? This is the single shot. Oh, that thing's kind of neat. Oh, so it's like a frame. Oh man, I could use that stock. Look at this thing. Look at it. It's a tiny little rifle. It's break action. That's neat. They did the courtesy of giving you rails on all the sides too. That's funny. Everybody wants a coach gun these days, huh? Tactical single shot. You only need one shot. One shot. That's all I need. Because I'm so awesome. All right, can I get this thing to... No, I got to remove these too. I need this whole bar to be out of the way for me to... And the only other way to get it out of the way would be to cock the thing back, but I'm not going to do that. I'll just remove it properly so I'm not fighting a spring. But yeah, we've been through the mechanism now. So what there is basically is we have a gear on the bottom of the cocking lever. There's a gear on this, and then a gear on this piece right here. Well, actually, there's a flat gear on the bottom of this. There's a flat gear on this piece. Those two moving together give you a reduction so that as you're pulling this back, more motion turns into less motion of this cocking lever. As that cocking lever cocks that thing back, this moves backwards, which means this lever arm follows a track and pushes up a little breech right here. And that has a hole drilled in it. So salt falls with gravity into that hole. And as you pull the trigger and this whole mechanism lurches forwards, the piston, the plunger and the piston is squeezed forward. Air pressure builds up until that hole is presented to the barrel, in which case it escapes through the front and pops off. And then your salt goes with it. Clever little mechanism. And then in order to ensure that this thing is back in position, there's a little catch right here and a track that the cocking lever follows that engages or disengages this piece like a lever that blocks the trigger from being pulled. Why'd they make all the insides blaze orange? There's a clear version of this. I think that's probably why. Why salt? I guess it's just easy to clean up. Right? Non-toxic. All the internals of this thing are fucking just bathed in grease, and now I too, in turn, am bathed in grease. This is one of those projects that I'm gonna have to come back and wipe off everything. I need a shorter screw than that. Use this one. All right, there we go. Now everything's fully held in place. Now I can actually reassemble the entire thing. So we get the, oh, there it is, the lever. So, I mean, we were looking at this thing, or at least some of us were looking at this thing from the perspective of whether or not it could be 3D printed. And the answer is probably, but a lot of these parts are under a lot of stress. So it might be difficult to fully realize a 3D printed version of this. However, it's not impossible. It really isn't impossible. This is a not that crazy of a design. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts on this. You would have to fundamentally redesign a lot of the moving parts. But I mean, part of it is just get a big syringe with a big, I don't know, just like front piece to it, like a filler nozzle or something, and then have that sealed breech that can load salt into it, and then you're most of the way there, right? All you need to do is pull something back and have it catch. Give that a trigger mechanism. I don't know. I don't see it being, it would be a feat of design. It would be a very intense design to put together, but it's not impossible. Damn it. Oh, good thing the screw's a little magnetic. Screwdriver, rather. I have a 6-hour AR pattern 22 LR. It's fun, but it's really only practical as a range toy. Yeah, those are fun, though. Those are fun, though. Yeah, you might be able to simplify a lot of these. I don't know. I don't know why these are designed the way they are. There's probably a bit of a history of the design that we're looking at here, especially given the sort of strengthening pieces of all this stuff, right? They probably went through this design and went, well, that's not really reliable, so this needs to be a little stronger and stuff like that. This is the 3.0 version of the design, and apparently somebody was saying in chat that the 2.0 suffered from reliability issues. But it seems like a lot of this stuff was moderately designed after like gun mechanisms and possibly Nerf mechanisms as well. And I don't know, maybe there's just a little bit of iteration for that. How much did this cost? It's like $60. It's not cheap for what it is, but hey, I'm supporting some guy that built a thing, and he had a dream. Plus, it's a fun stream. I mean, it's God, $60 for one stream. That's a little ridiculous. I have 2 months to design an electronically actuated BB or airsoft turret to pop balloons for a charity stream at the end of October. Oh my God, that sounds cool. You could host that on Twitch. One thing that I need to look into, because their chat rooms are no longer a thing on Twitch. That was sort of the wonder of you know, the chat controlled stuff that I used to do in the past. A lot of that was realized through Twitch chat rooms, which kept the spam away from my stream. Problem is, they destroyed that system. They got rid of it because nobody was using it. I was using it, but you know, to them, oh wait, I still have to do this. To them, nobody was using it. So I don't have a place for command spam. Now, Germa's Dollhouse was just a thing where you could use a Twitch extension. Kraken helped Germa's Dollhouse extensively do the extension for that whole chat-controlled experience, right? That was, I'm so jealous of Jerem's Dollhouse. That was right up my alley. That's such a cool thing. But yeah, you could spend channel points in order to vote on commands and stuff. So that system is something that I need to look into. I need to learn how to use that. Because I think that would be the best way to do a Twitch-controlled anything these days, is to make an extension for it that comes up on the screen. So the old versions for 30 very often. Yeah, this thing was 60. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff in here. This thing is very well built. If you wanted to modify this for more power, your only thing to do would be to put a bigger spring in there. I don't see you putting like more of a plunger or a wider thing or anything. Yeah, I need to learn how to use those extensions. If you turn that kinked spring over, will the guide rod sit on it, keep it from working straight? It only pops up a certain amount. I think this is enough. It should be okay. I almost don't want to include that. I mean, it's part of like, this is kind of like a chamber indicator at the same time to see whether you're cocked or not. But I don't know. This is a total add-on, and I could get rid of it if I wanted to. I mean, I'm going to be not replacing, but you know, superseding the sights on this thing. So, all right. So the other half of this has to go on now. Go on now. I gotta make sure that it doesn't pinch the spring up here. And then I need to somehow work the orange tip back on, because these two halves, I wouldn't be able to sandwich this thing together because of that orange tip. But now that this is sandwiched together, I need to get that in this seam, because there's a little lip on the back of this thing. So that I need to now like work in reverse. It's so weird. I guess they probably clipped the yellow parts on later on. There we go. So just like that. It's a little bit of a 6 of 1, or it's a little catch-22, I guess. All right, so well, no, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm going. I need to order one. I thought I had a Picatinny rail that I could put up here, but I don't. The rails that I have are ones that I was like doing weird experiments with, so none of them really work. I'm gonna get a rail that I can just put right here, and then, or I could 3D print a rail and glue it. But then I've got an actual aluminum optic, the Feiachi. I don't even know who the hell they are. It's basically a Hollow Sun copy that has a timeout feature on it, so I don't have to turn this on and off. And then I've got that dot sight, which basically, if I turn off the dot sight, this would be just fine. This tube would be just fine. But I wanted to go a little overboard with it. And then I might, I don't know, 3D print or find a buffer tube that I can put this on, because that would also be hilarious. I do have a folding metal stock that I put on a paintball gun. I could get that off, but that's on my Tippmann A5 that I haven't used in 16 years. There sounds like Feiachi. It certainly isn't Hollow Sun. It's just like Amazon brand, right? There's like 4 companies that make something that looks like that. Like to the T. They just happen to put their product label on it. Oh, my hands are covered in grease. This is terrible. It really makes screwing in screws a little bit weirder. Here, let's see if I can do this. Yeah, my Tippmann A5. I love that thing. They're a real firearms brand? They make batteries? Oh. I didn't know they were a real brand. Well, and I guess I got a real brand thing. I mean, this thing was about as much as the Bug Assault, so. At a bipod? I saw on Thingiverse, people had bipods for these. Of all the useless, wait, this isn't even the right screwdriver. Of all the useless things to put on this, a bipod on this piece of plastic. Oh, Feiachi is the real brand. Feiachi is the fake one. That's hilarious. It's too bad I couldn't get like a... I really do wish it had the circle, the MOE circle, because I think that circle would better represent the spread of this thing. I mean, you could put a choke on it too. People do wait, this is the wrong screwdriver again. This is the wrong screwdriver. This is the right screwdriver. It's covered in grease. God damn it. I had an A5 too. What I did with my A5 is I put a smaller CO2 bottle on it, and then I put a, not even a hopper. It was just like a little block off thing. So it was just this little cap. So I had like maybe 30 paintballs in it. So I had 30 shots, and then I had this little tiny CO2 can. And what I would be able to do with that is basically bring one tube of spare paintballs, and I could run everywhere full speed with no gear weighing me down. Louie, what's up, man? I was talking about you earlier with this bug assault. You guys want to see how the bug assault works? I'm not above undoing this. I'll undo this. You guys can see how the bug assault works. We've been looking at that today. I was just talking about paintball because what I'm doing with this bug assault is I want to sporterize it. I've got some spare parts. I got some spare parts sitting around from gun stuff, and I decided to buy a little dot sight, this little rip-off Amazon special dot sight. So I want to put a rail on top of it. I want to put the dot sight on there. I'm thinking about sourcing or 3D printing a buffer tube to put on the back of this thing just for fun, just to make this thing into just a stupid, over-the-top, weird thing. But one thing that we were going to do at the end when I reassemble this in a minute is this was in the bin of miscellaneous stupid rail stuff that I have. This will mount a laser to the front, hopefully. So it's under the barrel, which is not good. You should have the laser to the side of the barrel or above the barrel, but I'll have it under the barrel just because it doesn't have to be perfect, right? Yeah, we're screwdrivers around here, folks. And actually, I just bought the iFixit kit, the smaller iFixit kit. I think this is all I really need. I have the larger kit waiting in the wings just in case. But yeah. Telling us he's rich without telling us he's rich with the Weiras. Hey, look, man, if you want a good set of electronics screwdrivers, what would a bug assault grenade launcher be? I mean, Weira makes a really good screwdriver. I've had these for a long time. Years and years and years. But yeah, if you guys want to know, hold on, I was just listening. That was a drop, by the way. That was a drop. I gotta find that screw. I just heard it. It was directly behind me. Both ears heard that screw drop onto the floor, and now I get to look around for it, but my floors aren't exactly clean today. What are you guys doing over there in Louis Land? What are you guys working on? I have to find this screw, otherwise we can't continue. Hold on. I have to get down on the ground on these dirty ass fucking floors. You guys are doing Goro bets, nice. I've been around to mess with Goro bets lately. I always love screwing up the bit economy with saved up. The problem is with the Djibouti betting, they burned all of my points in like one bet. I was like, there's no way Goro can lose, and then I lost everything, and I was like, in a barrel with suspenders. How did I hear the screws so clearly and yet I don't see it at all? All right. Oh, Twisted Sister gifted a sub to Sonny the Man. This is why I unscrew shit in a Tupperware. If it falls, no biggie. Yeah. Well, this wasn't a problem before. It's just now one screws. God damn it. I got to go to the board. We got to go to the board. Go to the board, go to the board, go to the board. Board. Bonk. Sonny the Man, welcome to the board. Thank you so much for the gift sub, Twisted Sister. If you guys don't know, this is a thing that I got on my wall. It is an automated sub-burning XY laser etching table? I guess we'll call it a table. It's an XY table that burns the names of subscribers onto itself. We're running out of room though. And I've promised chat that when we run out of room, I am going to change this over to a live edge board. So I'm going to find a live edge board that's the right size, and then put it into play as the target for this version. I do have a new version that I'm working on, and we'll put more work into that in the near future, because yeah, we're running out of space and time and all that stuff. Yeah, it's a table according to the video. Scott, Texas. Scott X something. Thank you for the follow. Oh God! Sonny the Man, you've destroyed another name. So that shouldn't happen. That should not happen. But for some reason, and I don't know whether it's corruption of the database or if it's our keep out settings or something failing along the way, we haven't gotten to the bottom of this yet. But there's a bit of a collision issue with some of the names. I don't know what that is. Someday we'll figure it out. But for now, I'm just letting it run out the way it is. All right, I gotta find that screw. What happened to it? Oh my God, it could be anywhere. It could have gone anywhere. Out of space, out of time. Where have you gone? Where do you be? Screw, where, what? Damn it. I can't figure this out. All right, hold on. I'm gonna find that screw so we can continue on. Well, I only have so many parts on this thing, and each screw is sacred. So when I heard it, it sounded like it bounced directly behind me. Things tend to like go down here and then get under stuff. But it really did sound like it was bouncing on the floor directly behind me. I don't see it there though. So I gotta go all the way down, find this thing. Usually it'll go straight ahead and I don't see it there. I could get the broom. That's one way to find stuff. If we're missing the screw, then I'll leave it out until the very end. Problem is there's too much crap. I was going to take apart the CPAP machine today, but I decided this came in the mail literally right before the stream. So I decided to get a bug assault because I've got a bunch of like gun parts that I don't use. And I figured it would be a fun thing to put the old parts on. Kind of sporterize a piece of plastic. I was going to try to make like a shoulder mount for VR stuff, but I didn't get around to that. Hold on, let me shuffle back here and see if I can find anything. I don't see no screw. I got the exercise bike in the way right now. All right, that screw is just gone. It is just gone. I do not see it anywhere. Where am I? Yeah, my butt's on camera. Son of a bitch. Where could that have gone? Where would it possibly have gone to? I gotta like fish around all the nooks and crannies around the floor here. My floors are not clean. I need to clean out the shop, basically, in its entirety. Yeah, that one really went to a secret location, didn't it? They sometimes do that. They really kind of... Jesus Christmas. Nope. One day I will be in socks in here and I will step on it and I'll be like, what the hell is this? All right, not the most dignified thing for me to do directly after a raid, but anyway, I was saying if you guys want to see how this thing works, I can remove a couple more screws and I'll show you. Yeah, all right, let's get to that. Fuck. I don't know where that screw went. It's gone. It said screw it and left. Man, that's so great. That's so great, chat. I'm so glad you guys are in charge of the humor around here. You make just the best jokes. The best jokes. That was such a good joke. All right, yeah, all right, we're missing a screw. All right, whatever. We'll deal with it. We'll deal with it. Back onto the bench. I was removing the remainder of these screws so that I could show the lunatics how the bug assault works, because it's actually pretty clear how it works if you just remove the outer shell. The outer shell is a little difficult to remove because they glue the tip. So you pop open the tip, you crack it open, and then this piece is actually holding together the front seam, but there's just glue holding this piece on. So you do have to make some horrible noises in order to get this thing apart. Once you do, the mechanism is fully attached to the other side of the plastic. So this thing will come upwards, assuming that I've gotten all the screws out. I think I have. Yeah, you got to kind of peel off the yellow plastic, and then this tip comes off. And then that front half will split open. So the way that this thing... Oh, I missed This one. It's always this one. Oh, I'm a little pissed off at that screw. Jesus, I'm not reading chat. You guys are... Ugh. So yeah, these this is the mechanism of the bug assault. So if you want to know how it works, basically what we have is under this piece of plastic, there is in this sort of like industrial smooth plastic. This is like a smooth, slippery plastic. There's a plunger, obviously. It's a plunger with a big spring on it. So in order to cock the spring back, the cocking lever, the part that you hold on to in the front, the chuk-chuk kind of thing, the classical, nylon, that's sort of the word that I was looking for. So the classical shotgun cocking mechanism, what this does, okay, so when this is in the lower position, it pushes in this little detent and you're able to cock this thing back. When you cock it back, what you're doing is there's actually, I can't really show it to you, there's a gear on the bottom of this, a little spinny gear in the middle, and then a gear on the top piece. So as that gear is moved, it basically makes a reduction so that this piece right here cocks backwards at a smaller distance than what you're cocking the main handle, right? So it's that little gear reduction allows you to charge a very taut spring. It's a very big spring. As that moves backwards, it takes with it a little guide channel right here attached to this arm. This arm is attached to a little plunger. It's not a plunger, it's like a little breech kind of thing. It's like a little circular thing with a hole drilled in it in line with the barrel. So right now, with this thing in the fully forward position, that little breech chamber is down in the barrel and it's unloaded. When I cock this back, this arm will lift up with the main spring plunger. So when that lifts up, the little hole in that piece is exposed to the salt, and the salt can get in it. In doing that, this piece is also moved backwards, and when that moves backwards, it'll engage a safety on the trigger, and that's what this little lever is. That lever goes down and engages a safety on the trigger. There's also a manual safety, and then up here, this little piece right here, this is a piece that, it's a piece that hugs the little catch in this bar. There's like a little catch at the end of the bar that fits into this plastic piece back here, and that holds it. So when that's held, the rear sight, which is a fully extra piece, is held up. So when the rear sight comes up, that means that it's loaded and ready to go. So once you return this cocking lever all the way back up here, it catches on this little pawl or whatever, P-A-W-L. This thing catches it. This is in the upper position, so it doesn't release the cocking lever. This is released because this piece is all the way back forward. You pull the trigger, release the plunger, everything flies forwards. This channel lowers the arm. So at first, this thing is sitting upwards, and the spring is starting to move its way back. Pressure builds up. When that thing finally goes down far enough to be exposed, so that barrel opening is exposed, it gets a little boost of pressure, and everything flies out the front, kills a bug, right? And that's how that thing returns back to this position. And once it does, it'll unlock the cocking lever again. Yeah, that's why you can't use a bub stock, and that's why you can't do the trench gun thing where you do this, you do this, chat, whatever that is, whatever that motion is that you're doing, where you hold the trigger down, you get in there, you hold the trigger down, and then you do this. Anyway, that's what I learned. Anyway, so where did that spring go? Where did that spring go? We had another spring go. That's a bringo. God damn it. Did that spring get on the ground? Do I have to search for that now too? God damn it. No, it's in the body of this thing. All right. Whew. At least we got that. Slam fire? Yeah. Yeah, you go in there and you pull the trigger, right? And you hold it down, and then you slam fire, right? You slam fire. I'm cocking it to it? No, I'm slam firing. Where did that piece go? Oh, there it is. Chat, I'm really tilted. Chat, I'm really tilted. I'm tilted about that spring. I'm really tilted about that spring. Not spring, sorry, screw, the screw. I'm tilted about that screw. I'm having a 17.8% moment about that screw. Locked and loaded. Wait, no, that's not what locked and loaded means. Anyway, I gotta sneak this thing on. Sneaky sneak. By peeling the yellow pieces apart and then working that thing in there and twisting it. So if you're wondering if you wanna do maintenance on your bug assault, you pull this thing apart, and because I guess the overlap, the Venn diagram of perverts and bug assault owners, there's like a lot of overlap there. So they assume that you actually have Vaseline. You can put Vaseline in this thing in order to grease it up again. I would probably say like dielectric grease, because you can buy that in a big tube, but just glue a stick to it and to replace the screw. Easy. Turtle is banned forever. I don't know what he's doing here. He's banned. He's been banned. He's double extra banned. I'm actually gonna go to his house and cut off his internet. That's how banned he is. I use a hot glue gun and just like inject it into there. I swear that Justin what emote looks a lot like Bruce Green. Okay. I would love to find that screw, but since we can't find it, I will put screws in everything but, which one do we leave out? I'll leave one of them out. But I'll put screws in most everything else. This thing was made to like assemble and test open. Yeah, it does look like them. Yeah, maybe this one. You think this one's the less important of all the screws? I would agree with that too. The rest of them, I mean, none of the high tension mechanisms are held in with these screws. Oh, that was a big burp. I would like to find it again though. I'll look on Amazon and see if I can find a rail for this. I don't know about, yeah, I could try, I don't want to know what I find when I put a magnet to these floors. Add an attachment for a 2 or 3 point sling. I can wander around with this thing slung to my back. Yeah, I'm hunting bugs. Yeah, don't shoot in face or eyes. That's molded into the plastic. Yeah, I guess you could do a traveling margarita guy. I'm here to serve margaritas. You need salt? I'm here to utilize all the salt from chat. I should be able to power a small city with it. Vaseline margaritas. They don't say to lube the inside of the barrel. You psycho. All right, so this thing goes together pretty easy, assuming that I don't launch all of the screws all over creation, which I did. That's a fun little toy. I don't know, $60 is a little steep, but like I said before, you're pretty much like funding some guy who decided to make his little bug killing thing a product, and I think that's cool. Where'd the other half of that piece go? Did that fall on the ground? What the hell? How's it not anywhere? There's one. I need two. I had two. They're right here. I'm taking crazy pills, chat. What's going on? Yeah, it is just in time for a Labor Day barbecue, right? Barbecue. Where did that piece of plastic go? Is it on the floor? I don't see anything on the floor. What the fuck? Am I crazy? Is that what's going on? Have I just lost it? I might have just lost my mind in the past 10 minutes. Yeah, if you were to do a vertical grip, the way to do it would be to cut out this entire piece. I mean, I know part of this is to guide, but this piece of plastic is kind of mounted on its own up here. So if you did a vertical grip to cock it, it would have to be like a hole in the bottom here. So you need a big trough hole at the like a slot at the bottom of this thing. Where did it? Okay, all right. I'm gonna calm down. I'm gonna look around, and then I'm gonna find the one piece of plastic that I need to continue this. I'm just gonna look around. I'm gonna look around, and then I'm gonna see it. I'm gonna see it because it didn't go very far, because none of the plastic fell off the table today. I don't see it. I don't know how it disappeared. I have one piece, and that's this one. What the fuck? I guess the other way to do it would be to take this thing and like cut it up so that you could put a vertical foregrip on it. Or you could try to 3D print something that locks into those locations. Yeah. It's right there. It really is the shop ghost at this point, yeah. Like, it shouldn't have gone far. Shouldn't have gone far. Bolt action rifle. I don't know about that. It was like there, right? The gun parts bin? Oh, look. It's not much of a gun parts bin, but oh yeah, it is. Hey, good on you. Chat found it. It was in the gun parts bin. Mahalo has a good eye. Good eye, Mahalo. All you need is an arm from a drill. Oh yeah, one of those. Well, no, but the thing is you want it to be a cocking mechanism. So it would be funny if you could 3D print just like a rail piece that would mount here. Because if you could do like a wraparound thing and put a Picatinny rail on it, then I could use my foregrip, my Magpool foregrip on it. Or you could get one of those vertical grips and you could get one of the ones with a tripod. Lucky guess, but there were so many bins up today. Hey man, chat was helpful. What's going on? Yeah. I'm getting suspicious. All right, like that. Ah. Yeah, I mean, this would be an easy thing to just make like a rail, just like a rail slide out of. Need a rangefinder. What is the drop off of salt over distance? How many MOE am I judging? Tripod with a 10x scope. Your scope would have to be the drop off of salt, air-powered salt, would probably be pretty extreme. You would have to have like it would have to basically be like a grenade launcher site. It would be at such an angle. Hey, thank you for the follow. Same with anybody else has followed today. Exotic high density salt. I mean, you could put a ball bearing in this thing, but I wouldn't suggest it. All right, first test. God, that spring is hard to do. Oh my God. Oh. There we go. Man, this thing is, it doesn't really work with rock salt. Rock salt doesn't really fit into there. Supposedly, according to them, it works better if you have more granular salt, too. But there's that, right? We got this whole thing back together and it still functions. Thanks in no small part to the design of the thing actually making sense. With a lot of these like toy guns, what they'll do is the orange cap in the front will hold together the front pieces of plastic. And what they've done on this one, the yellow accent pieces clip in to the main body of this bug assault. And so with the yellow pieces clipped in, they engage a lip on the front of the orange piece. So the orange piece is on there. It's holding together the front shell where they couldn't fit a screw, but it's held into place by the clipped in yellow plastic piece. So if you do take this apart, which I would assume that eventually within the life of the bug assault, it's going to start to kind of suck, and then you have to evaluate whether or not you want to just buy another one for $60, which I would be all for, because I would love to support this guy in his dream of making ridiculous fucking toys. But if you wanted to refurbish this, you need to get into the tip with a screwdriver, break the glue that's holding the yellow pieces on, peel them back, remove the orange tip, then you can remove that half of the body. I found a pump grip on Thingiverse that uses the two pins. Yeah, see, there you go. But if I could do pump grip to Picatinny, then I could use real parts. It would actually probably be easier to load with a vertical grip too. Maybe I'll do that in the interest of sporterizing this thing. I keep using that word, sporterize. It's basically just putting sporty accessories onto a gun that don't necessarily belong. So that doesn't actually fit. Damn it. There are, on Thingiverse, there are plenty of laser mounts though. So I could look at that too. How thick is the barrel? We're looking at a diameter of, 23 millimeter, about, give or take. 23-ish. I have a vertical grip that splits into a bipod. That's what I was talking about earlier. You can bipod it. What gauge? Oh, God. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. Why are you beeping at me? My glucose levels are fine. No, it's just test BG. Okay. Yeah. Those little bipod mounts. Yeah, so this thing isn't going to work on that. What's the gauge? I don't know, man. Let's see. It's going to be hard to measure because it's got the orange thing on the tip. There are also like flash hiders on this for this thing. It's about 5 millimeter. I got 4.1, but I'm going to say it's about 5. LENNYPEPPERS, you didn't have to do that. You didn't have to did that. You did good, though. You subscribed. Thank you for diding that. Dude, LENNYPEPPERS, thank you so much for the sub. Let's put you up on the board. It is 20% off this month of September. September! Flash hiders, yeah. Get me a choke for it. Yo, what choke do you run on your bug assault? Oh, usually I'm out like 50 yards, 60 yards, so I put a 0.7 choke on my bug assault. It's pretty good, man. LENNYPEPPERS going up on the board. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. September is kind of a little bit of a sparse month for numbers. That's why they run Subtember this month. They could have called it Subtober or Subgust. That would have been good. Or Disubter. Yeah. It's not just because September rolls off of the tongue. Because everybody goes back to school in September and numbers kind of drop off. Some of the smaller streamers that I watch have been kind of hit pretty crazy with that. You know, it sucks because when you're trying to get those averages up, you're looking at them constantly and you're like, what did I do? Why isn't anybody around? And it's like, dude, it's just that month. It's just that month. LENNYPEPPERS. You're near erection in your... Okay, all right. You're near iconic beef. Oh my God, it's all in caps. I'm actually surprised that it actually placed so quickly. Because the all caps names are difficult. Yeah, you're by ADE Eastwood and No Way for You Sir and Reddles and Phantoms and another fat guy. This camera's on a lot of extensions, so when there's only text on screen and nothing's moving, it tends to go kind of psycho. Iconic Bear subbing with a Prime for 25 months. Hell yeah, Iconic Bear. I think I saw you on the board a minute ago. Oh, there's an Uncle Bill Drew in there too, who was in the chat earlier. Let's get Iconic Bear up on the board. Iconic board. So yeah, the barrel is too narrow for me to mount that laser today. But I'll be able to hop on Amazon and just grab, you know, any old Picatinny rail. Oh boy, I need to do some maintenance on the water for this thing. I found a giant syringe, which is that thing in the corner. It's for basting stuff, but I've cut the tip off of it, and I'll add a little piece of silicone tube, and then I can do a little maintenance on the water thing up there. Iconic Bear, what's going on, man? What'd you do? What did you do? Oh, there you go. Okay, Iconic Bear going up on the board. Ah, my camera. The camera mount was loose. It's on one of those little magic arm mounts, and if it's not fully tightened, which is what I'm doing right now, it tends to shake around and fall down and do all kinds of other physical gags. All right, there we go. There we go. Iconic bear going up on the board. Thank you guys so much for all the subs, man. I really appreciate that. Doing I mean, the bug assault was for me, you know, it was like $60. Like, I can't spend $60 for one stream, you know? Popslongfinger. Oh no. Oh, Pops, poor Pops. Popslongfinger subbed for the first month at a tier 1. I've heard about Pops' long finger. My mom was talking about it the other day. Anyway, let's put him up on the board whenever he comes into the API. I mean, whenever the name goes into the API. Oh, it's trying to place it. Ooh, it had a little bit of trouble placing Pops' long finger. Don't we all, though? Don't we all, though? Ooh, it's all the way over here. Welcome to the board. Thank you so much for the sub. They're 20% off thanks to Subtember. Subtember! Yeah, you're by Crash Organism, not Crash Orgasm. Sir Bowler Hat, Lollif, subscribe to PewDiePie. Man, I'm glad those days are over. Kurtcoolbeans subbing. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Thank you. Depending on the thickness of the material, you could increase the caliber size. Could also make a new exhaust barrel. Even attach a salt dispensing gravity magazine. I don't know, man. Boring out this thing to give it a larger bore is probably a fool's game because you're dealing with air pressure. We're no longer talking about like gun stuff. We're talking about PV equals NRT. And so adding that extra volume to the barrel probably would not net you a better, you know, a better shot out of the thing. What you want is you want more air pressure. You'd want a larger cylinder on the thing. So you would have to do a lot of, you'd pretty much have to bend over backwards in order to get a larger cylinder on there. You know, something like a cylinder like that giant syringe sitting in the corner of the shop over there would possibly work. I mean, there are plenty of medical syringes that get larger. So if you could get that with an appropriately sized spring on it and somehow modify that in without completely destroying the entire thing, that's what would probably net you a little bit more power. Kurtcoolbeans, thank you so much for the sub. You are right by Stay Hydrated Bot, who has dried up and died. Stay Hydrated Bot dried up and blew away in the wind, turned into ash. Rest in pepperonis. But you're also near Butthole Princess, which is hilarious because actually when Butthole Princess was gifted a sub, I think it was like a day later, she tweeted about it, and somebody linked us the tweet. She basically said, my stupid Twitch name was gifted a sub to another channel. I went to check and I found it was the coolest thing ever, and it was the clip of Butthole Princess being burnt onto the board. So that was one of the cooler ones because it was like a comedy name, and then it also was burnt onto a maple plank for, you know, forever and ever. I think it's been like a year and a half, 2 years on this board, and it was like one of the first names to go up there. That's the danger of the board. When that board fills up, I'll get a live edge board. Live edge meaning that it's got like bark around the edges, so it looks even classier. It's like a coffee table kind of thing, right? We'll get a live edge board, I'll mount it up there, and then what we need to do is we need to use the software or the movement of the laser to define where approximately where we're going to put the edges of the board. I need to define those in a PNG file so that it doesn't put any names outside of the edges of the board, and so names aren't burnt onto my wall. I think there's like one letter of a name on my wall, but kind of hard to get rid of a burned butthole. You're right. You're actually right. That is very difficult in my experience. I mean, so yeah, that's what's going to happen with the board. There are about 5,300 names, I think, maybe 5,200 names on the board right now. Our upper limit of what we were able to do in simulations, just like the simulations, what we were able to do in simulations is about 6,000. So we're getting towards the limit. The names, some of the larger names, the ones that take up a larger block with more characters, they take a couple seconds to place, which is an eternity to the software that we've made. So a pain in the beans, yeah. But no, it'll be pretty cool because we'll be able to put that board up. I'll be able to probably maneuver the laser and just look down the barrel of the laser, not even activate it. I could activate it at very low power. Maybe that's how we'll do it. Activate it at use G-code, right? Because the thing plugs into basic G-code to move it around. We'll plug it into G-code. I'll be able to send it commands, and I will send it coordinates with a very low power beam. And we'll see where that gets us. Because that'll be able to allow me to make basically just a dotted line that I can then black out the entirety of the opposite, right? I can black out all the areas that are bad. There's also the center, you know, the oh bother text. We'll have to reinvent that. I'll come up with something for that. Yeah. Anyway, so the bug assault. I think I'm at the limit of what I can do with this thing. I think we're, man, another stream that I've ended an hour early. This is like the 5th in a row that I've ended at 4:30. What is that? Oh, the safety comes on because of the way I grip. Because I'm gripping it like this. And so I'll put all of my effort into it. Hold on. Okay. The reason this thing is so loud is because of all the mechanism flying forward. Could form a giant oh bother yay with the first few names. I was thinking about how I could do text along paths and stuff, but that becomes a little bit too predictable. Level 1 hype train. Hey, you guys are awesome. I want to do a vertical foregrip on this. Maybe I'll look into what Magpool has to offer. Magpool. But yeah, when I hold this like this, I tend to hit the safety. Yeah, oh yeah. Well, I don't have tinfoil to do target practice with. I did shoot myself in the foot with this thing. I'll have to go to the hospital later for that. A vertical magazine. It doesn't, I don't, this is so many shots though. You guys want a demonstration? All right. Yeah, I guess we're about at that time. Shit. This is where I violate Twitch toss somehow, right? And this is what sinks my channel. The bug assault ends up killing my channel. Worst $60 purchase ever. How about some salt? My floors are going to be covered in salt. The bugs shall know. I don't have targets. That's the problem. This is kind of their expected spread. 24 inches, 30 inches, and then 36 inches, right? So if I take this, this isn't going to be a very good example of this. $30 inches. Where is that? Do I have my, I'm going to get a tape measure. Hold on. Tape measure. We'll do the engineers. So this thing said engineer's scale, and what they meant is this was an engineering tape measure. Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. It doesn't have all the stuff you need on it. The engineering tape measure splits it off into fraction feet, which is really, really annoying to work with. 0.8 of a foot, 0.9 of a foot. If you're doing actual like homework, not homework, work on a home, and you've got blueprints, they'll sometimes do this. They'll use these units. But like I bought this and I was like, engineer's scale, oh cool, it'll give me more information. And I looked at it and I'm like, what the fuck is this? No, this is for like people who work in building plans and stuff like that. So don't be fooled. Nah, it'll be fine. Salt will do nothing to electronics. 30 inches. So 24, 5, 6, 7, 4, 5, 6, 7, 28, 29, 30. So 2 foot 5 inches. That's out here. So all the way out here is 30 inches. I'm all the way here. There we go. That's 30 inches. So that's decent. All right, load. So when it's sitting like this, the chamber is sitting up in this salt. So it's actually like ready to load. It looks like they added like little bolsters so that if you tilt it around, if you're aiming for like a bug on the ceiling, this will catch it. If you're aiming for a bug on the floor, that'll catch it. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, we need a bug now. The only good bug is a dead bug. Oh, and once again, I've accidentally engaged the safety. And I've engaged it again. Oh no, you know what I did? Okay. You have to return that in order for it to work properly. Yeah. That's all it does. Yeah. I don't want to get too much salt all over everything. What do you mean, rest in peace soldering station? It's fine. You guys are crazy. This stream will become an executions channel. Can I get in trouble for harming bugs on stream? Imagine some psycho who had like a stream where they squish bugs. And they're like, no, it's a nature educational channel. I think I would get in trouble for that. Yeah, I'm getting table salt all over my desk. At least I have one section to clean up, you know? I need like a little firing range for this thing that'll contain it. I need one of those little target boxes with a slanted back. Yeah, pretty cool. All right, so things that I want to do. I would love to put a vertical foregrip on this because it'll make it easier to cock. Because there's a point when you're just about to get it to fully cocked where it gets a little difficult. And in part because I've got a lot of grease on my fingers from the insides of this thing, it still would be fun to put that on there. So in Thingiverse, there are like pieces that I can use. I could also just engineer something. I could measure the distance between the two little pieces here, do a split operation, and have two screws hold the thing together. I don't know if I would trust a plastic piece on that. I would probably want a metal rail. It will have to be strong, right? The whole thing in metal would be a mistake. It can be plastic, but having a metal rail and then a piece from like an actual cheapo airsoft vertical grip would be cool. The other thing would be, I don't know, just for fun, put a laser on it. And then I want to put just a little, see, this looks like a rail. It's too bad that's not rail sized, because it's not. But doing a little Picatinny right there, and then I can put this thing on it for fun. It'd be so stupid, but hey, I'm having fun. And so can you. Anyway. And yeah, the third sporterizing thing would be to somehow attach a butt to this thing. It'd be funny to turn it into like a rifle grip, but I mean, you could do that. This piece is hollow, but salt. Yeah, you could model a rail adapter. If I do like to the outside of this, I guess I could squish the outside and then have the rail up here. I could also maybe extend. What are the rail adapters that I have? I've got weird rail adapters. Like if I could use this one, but I don't think it's wide enough. It's like a Weaver rail. Actually, hold on a minute. Chat, we're not done. I've gotten salt all over everything. We're not done. I might be able to pull this one out of my asshole. Jeez, that's annoying. There's salt everywhere. How about an eye-bar attachment? I don't even know what that's like. I don't even know what that is. Oh, like a bolt action. All right, hold on. So this thing has the one side is permanently molded, like it's part of the metal. So this rail up here is way larger. But if I can stretch these bolts over to it, I could at least come up with a temporary thing. I don't know if that'll get wide enough. No, it's not nearly wide enough. It does need like a legitimate adapter, doesn't it? That's a shame, because this would be perfect. Didn't know the bug salt was a product that existed. Yeah, man. It's pretty crazy, right? This is stupid, but I am enjoying it. So like if I could reinvent that. I'm not going to put it on a turret. That was something that twiztedsizter was talking about. Yeah, see, like that's, oh my God, that's off by a little bit. And that's the problem with it. I don't want it to be off by a little bit. It's not centered. The whole point of this thing would be to have it centered. Ah! Centered? Like a metal piece on the outside of this. And then the bolts through the whole thing with another metal piece on the other side. God damn it. It's hard to stand this thing up. All right, put it on a Roomba. Oh God. What I'm thinking is if I had two pieces of metal that could just clamp on this thing. Because like this almost is wide enough. Like when I put this back on, that is almost as wide as the plastic beneath it. So if I can clamp that in place with just a little piece of metal, then that would be just laser cut and attachment. What kind of capabilities do you guys think I have? I don't you guys are weird. Now why'd the other one fall out and then this one's stuck? There we go. So yeah, if I transfer these over to another piece, these bolts aren't going to be long enough, are they? Nah. It might not work out. Oh, let me just find that one bolt. It's funny, I immediately found this, but that screw is just gone. Shame. Let's see, scrap material that I have that I could test this out with. Well, here is a piece of aluminum. Aluminium. So, I might have to send it to a gunsmith. Gunsmith Cats? What? It's a little tall for it. That's a little short for it. What's the other one that I have? Hold on, I just want to take a look at the other stuff that I've cut up. No, that one's not going to work. Neither is that one. This one was the one that I was going to cut for another project. So I don't think that one's going to work either. This one I was going to cut up for another project. That one could also do the same thing. I think we'll try this, the one that I've already kind of like ruined. See, the thing is, like, if I just go on Amazon, I can literally just buy another. It's just so much easier if I just buy the right part instead of trying to come up with a fancy mount for the whole thing. It's literally just that. Like, that's it. $10, just buy it and put it on there, and that's it. I'm done. So that's why, you know, this isn't worth. I'm not gonna try to force anything onto this thing. I can just buy the part here for $9. Yeah. I mean, I guess I could 3D print it, and that would lead to being able to glue it as well. But it's funny. All of these attach with just 2 bolts. I don't think there's any other way that these things attach than with just a big old center bolt, which is a problem because that center bolt is going through the center of the actual thing. So I guess what I could do is core out a little hole and then have that in some way capture a nut. I could even have it capture those nuts that I just had in my hand. Put that shit in my hand. If you don't got the dough, well, wouldn't that be fun? I wonder. You wouldn't be able to load the salt into it because that would block it. Because that goes on the front of the barrel and it goes all the way on the back. You wouldn't be able to get salt in. That's the only problem with this. Printed isn't mall ninja enough. Exactly. High speed, low drag. That's what we're going for here. High speed, low drag. needs a sling. Where's the customer photos? Oh yeah. There we go. That would be hilarious. I mean, if only that loading chamber wasn't so far forward on this thing. This is a toy after all, not an actual shotgun, but it would be hilarious. And you just you just have the shotgun shells, like you get like a novelty shotgun shell and fill it with salt. Or little shotgun shell sized salt shakers. There you go. Yeah, you can put them on a bandolier. When will you put night vision on it? Yeah, you want to send me the $3,000 that it's going to cost. Then I'll certainly put a night vision scope on it. This will not fit. That's way too big. I'm just looking at the attachment points to see if there's anything like, if I can get something with 4 little screws instead of 2 big ones, but I don't think that's the case. You just can't do it. I mean, you could probably engineer something that would clip onto what's already here, because there are little insets in this. It's sort of like, see those little inset pieces there? So maybe I could 3D print something that would clip onto this and then hold the rail. That might be a way to do it. That might be a way to do it. We'd have to model it, and then I could make something that just clips onto the top. Need sling mounts. I don't think I'm gonna do a sling mount. There's a laser. So, rock salt shotgun shells. No, no, definitely no. That's a big no. That's a big no. Put a bayonet on the end. What would it be? Just like a floppy fly swatter on the end? I mean, if I was actually trying to kill flies, the way to do it is one of those electrified tennis rackets. Yeah, what I'm doing is I'm just looking to see if, I think the best way for me to do this is to buy a metal rail and then create 3D print something that will clip to the entire top piece. So it'll just be something that fits onto this, and then it's like a C-channel that would just clip onto this, because there are plastic pieces on this where we could get a grip. So I could do little troughs on this, and that'll just clip right in there, and it'll hold itself right in this section so that I can have a little section of rail right here. I think that's the best bet. Minimal bet. And then I'll just put a little rail section on there, and then this thing can mount to it. That'll be fun. All right. So instead of making something out of metal, I'm just gonna buy my way through this, right? The tennis rackets are underpowered for medium to large flies. They're mostly for smacking your buddy in the face, right? What about buffer tube? Most of the buffer tubes screw into stuff. Yeah, most of the buffer tube stuff that I'm finding is not neat. Maybe they can't sell it on Amazon, or Amazon has something against them, because these are not buffer tubes. I have that. This is what I have on mine. Huh. I didn't know you could buy it on Amazon. What the hell? No. I'm not finding like a legitimate buffer tube. AK style. I'm working with what I have, all right? Jordan Retro, thank you for following. Now, what the Look at all this stuff on this. Oh my god, does it have a beer bottle opener? What the hell? $117. That's not going on the Bug Assault. It certainly has like a sex toy attached to the side of it. Jesus Christ. What kind of situations are you getting in hunting, guys? Like, geez. Well, who are you hunting? That's really the... What the hell? You put everything on the rail. Jesus. Sam Squanches, yeah. All right, so there aren't just like generic like buffered... Oh, wait. This one's foldable. $30. It's for the Nerf End Strike. Oh, it's perfect. Oh, that's beautiful. What are you hunting? Bother viewers? Oh, geez. Oh, this might be it. This might be it. So unfortunately, that interface isn't gonna happen. Team Human. I don't know how I would create the mount that this would mount to, but that would mean that I could attach my flat dark earth stock to it, and it would fold up along the side, which means you wouldn't be able to cock it because that would get in the way unless you had the vertical foregrip. Yeah, I know. It costs half of the cost of the rest of this thing. Yeah, but how else am I going to reliably mount that, you know? Dude, I can't just, like, core this thing out and, like, glue part of a Nerf End Strike to this thing. Oh wait, no, it comes with both parts. So the part that it clips into and the, so that part on the end, how would I do that? How'd I match that? It looks like it has 2 screw holes on it. So if I could flatten the end, this is getting out of hand. Not at all. You bite your tongue. Oh, yeah, what? Never. Thank you for the follow, too. And, Scrobster. Yeah, any decent AR build, the accessories outprice the base 2.1. Can I find a match trigger for this thing? It's not out of hand enough. Yeah, until I have 3 lasers on the front of this thing. Add to list. Add to the list. What's the list called? It's called Oh No. That foldable buffer tube is hilarious. Collapsible L shape for end strike. What the hell is this thing? Just Nerf accessories. That's so funny. Sporterizing is a completely different game, isn't it? Look at this. What is this? All right, well, anyway, I've got a little bit of research to do. I'm probably going to end up getting this thing, the foldable AR style buffer tube adapter. ChesterWillard, hey, thank you for subbing for 19 months. That was supposed to be in this message. Oh, you said, looks like my sub just ran out. Yeah, well, it's September. You get 20% off subs to your favorite streamers. I assume to your favorite streamers, because I don't know why you would sub to a streamer you don't like. You know? It's like, man, I hate this guy. I'm going to sub to him. Yeah, so this was going to be a me project. I was just going to do this on my own because I thought it would be hilarious to sporterize, and I keep using that word. It's basically what gun people use to like make fun of over the top gun mods. And I figured the bug assault would be hilarious to put a bunch of like real accessories on, because I happen to have like all my entry level stuff from when I first built one of my older guns. I have a lot of that stuff left over, and so I was like, oh, it'd be really funny to put like a really cheap sight on this thing, and you know, all that stuff. So letting it get a little bit out of hand is probably just in tune with everything else. I mean, actually shooting the thing is going to be a little weird. I'm sure the salt drops off. Yeah, the tactical people, bipod and tripod, quint pod, and an optopod. Hentai ruined my life. Also, ChesterWillard, welcome to the board. By John Kilo 3. Sir Fuggelslang, the Norwegian Viking. Some good people up there. Laser and a 20x scope. That's what we were looking at. That's what that accessory was. That was a laser and a scope. It just had like a green laser added to it. It was very strange. What a strange thing. Well, anyway, yeah, that's kind of neat. I'm a little sad that I found that thing. By the way, if you're wondering, the bug assault, the clear one is $44. I got the 3.0 yellow, which is also $44. So it ain't cheap. In this one, you could almost see all the stuff going on inside of it. Don't forget the night vision. I haven't. Yeah, there's an adapter for a laser, the bug beam. What I learned recently is that you should not put the laser below the barrel. Oh my God! Nothing out of here. The laser should not go below the barrel, just because of the way drop-off works. But who knows? I'm a drug dealer is the Freudian slip from the right. What? Technically, all of those names have been vetted out by Twitch. Do bugs have heat signatures? I'll have to work on this thermal right here. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I do have the other thermal camera. I don't know how we would get that adapted to a screen and have that be powered and elegant enough to put on top of this thing. But that's what those cheaper lepton sensors is, what a lot of those thermal vision things are. JN Frank, thank you for following. Have you noticed any products with weird brand names on Amazon? Yeah. Yep. What it's called, it's called a white label product, and a white label product is manufactured very cheaply, typically. There are probably some good white label products, but basically what you do is you buy that product, and the company that makes it will put your name and logo on it, and then you can sell it as XYZ brand something or other. But I mean, Amazon does that too. They do that to companies. Amazon will basically, I don't want to say exactly reverse engineer, but they will use their own metrics to release a product that is popular and selling well, that is a almost a complete copy of that product, and they will label it Amazon Basics, and they'll undercut basically the person who's selling that product. Yeah, listen, guys, Raycons are criminal. They suck. Raycons are terrible. I can say that because they're not ever going to give me money to advertise them. And if you ever see me talk about Raycons in a positive light, you will know that I've been compromised, because Raycons are a ripoff. They have very, very bad acoustic characteristics. They're not a good headphone. They're not a good earbud. Let me look up the ones that I bought, since I'm on Amazon anyway. What did I buy? I bought Tautronics. Tautronics. Yeah, the DankPods review. There's also an Australian fellow who did a really good review of the Raycons. They're bad. They're not good. They're a white label product that Raycon bought, relabeled, and now the entirety of their popularity is due to, maybe it was DankPods that I watched. Yeah, maybe I watched the DankPods review. He kept calling them the Roy Joys. If that's DankPods, yeah, was it? He kept calling them Roy Joys. They're bad. They're bad headphones. They have that is him. Okay, so it is Dank. Yeah, the DankPods review is a very, very good review. He's the one who suggested Tautronics. I bought the Tautronics as wireless earbuds, and I've been exercising with them lately. They're okay. They're too bassy for me. The bass is a little bit oversaturated in them, but apparently the Raycons are just dog shit. So don't don't buy them. Don't buy them. Look at Tautronics. Look at a bunch of other brands. Shure makes a very good earbud. Yeah. It's from podcast sponsoring and boomers that lose their headphones all the damn time. Yeah, basically the popularity of Raycons is entirely due to their giant marketing effort and the fact that they will pay anyone to speak positively about their shitty earbuds. Yeah, here, wait. Tautronics. I got Sound Liberty 79. Apparently there are better ones. I didn't spend a lot of money, I guess. But these are the ones that I got. Sound Liberty 79. They're like $70. You can get them a little cheaper now, depending on the model. I got the 79s, but they're a little bit bass heavy for me. But yeah. Anyway, that's all I know. Shure makes a very good headphone. I've used Shure's all like dating way back in the day. I've always loved their earbuds. They've always had a good product. But anyway, that's hey, that's just my opinions, right? Yeah, getting an ear mold is the best way to get them to not hurt. I've got the original Braggy ones. They were fancy, sadly discontinued now, huh? Sennheiser, that's another really good name. I just bought wireless noise canceling headphones. Oh yes, for the upcoming flight. Excellent. Bone conducting aftershocks. What? I've heard of that before, but I've never tried bone conducting headphones. When the bass hits with the bone conducting, it feels like you're getting shocked. Oh my god. That's nuts. All right. Well, I've got a couple things to do to sporterize this thing, and I think it'll be hilarious. I don't know. This having a folding stock on the back of this thing, it'll be funny. It'll probably be a kind of a short stock, but I hope I can figure out how to mount that plate there so that it can snap in properly. That's going to be the difficult part. I don't exactly have the end of a wood stock here. I can't just shave it flat. Maybe I could cut it and then use like a lot of glue. I'll have to figure that one out. A vertical front grip would be absolutely hilarious. Yeah, maybe I could do just like a big C plate and just put a screw in from each side. I don't want to really block this, but I mean that just having a big plate on there. I don't know. I'll figure it out. That thing I'll have to look up to see if because I don't have a vertical foregrip. The vertical foregrip would be necessary if this thing is going to be folding into this area, because then you can't get to it. You know, the really appropriate one would be if, how much does that cost? Wait, hold on. What is that shotgun called? How about shotgun folding stock? One of those ones that folds up on top of the whole thing. I don't think they sell this thing again. It's you again, you over-engineered piece of crap. I don't think that would work. Anyway, go back here, not get Mossberg stuff. Ugh, what happened to you? You'd have to get into the realm of real gun parts, which I really don't want to do. I just want to use stuff that I already have, right? Oh, there he is. Cost as much as the rifle. Well, the toy. Yeah, I could reenact the clever girl thing, but it would be like a bug. It'd be like a gnat. Clever girl. Ah! Bleh, bleh, bleh. I think it got in my mouth. They don't have that. Maybe just shotgun stock? I want to buy stonks and shotguns. Yeah, they got these things, which I'm not too keen on. Too bad the guy who made this thing didn't think about mounting this stuff to it. That would be hilarious. No, I don't think that's really going to work, huh? I think you get into weird legal territory when you start folding the stocks up. Oh, jeez, these things. There we go. That's what I need for the bug assault. Yeah. Game shot. We're looking at stonks. No, there's not. I don't think anything's really gonna. Not on Amazon and everywhere else that you would be able to find something like that. It's probably gonna be way too expensive. What is that shotgun called with the folding stock like that? Yeah, we're talking about real stuff, and so that gets us kind of. Shotgun shells picture, SVG. Really? All right. 1/6 scale. 870. Remington 870? Spaz, that's right. What is Spaz folding stock? Maybe eBay might be the place to look for that. Although eBay gets really squirrely about stuff. It's the N strike again. Of course. Spaz, not Z. Okay, sorry. Yeah, it's just like prints and stuff. I'm gonna have to go to like some of the real sites in order to find that stuff. And then at the same time, like in order to find something that resembles it, it's probably gonna be really expensive, I would guess. Or not. Oh, those prices are pretty bad. Collector's dream, $5,000. Cool, so I just need to buy the $5,000 real one, and then I'll be able to take the stock off of it and put it onto a $40 toy. All right, I'm game. Let's do it. Create your own wire folding stock, yeah. I do have like a weirdo folding stock. I think I got it from like a gun company back in the day for my paintball gun. For my paintball marker. You should call it a marker because it's not a gun. But yeah. All right. Anyway, I don't think I'm going to raid anybody today. Worth it. Yeah, I know. just so I can do the clever girl thing. All right. Anyway, so today we explored some of the buffoonery that can be involved in something like a bug assault. The things that I'm going to do to this, what I'm going to do is print out like a C-channel style clamp that'll go on top of this. So if I feel like taking this thing apart in the future, I could just pop that off and then, you know, do whatever with it. I don't know if I'm going to involve the rail directly in that clamp. I think I'll do the clamp and then I will get one of those $10 Picatinny rails, and then I can drill holes into the thing and then bolt it down, right? That's all we need to do. Just drill holes, bolt it down, put that thing on top, and then I'll have that sight there because it's stupid. It'll be amazing. I would love to do a vertical foregrip. I could print one out. I don't know if PETG will stand up to it. Maybe it will. I would love to put a laser on the front. I'll just need to, I don't know, get something to fill in the gap because that doesn't quite grip. It's close. So if I could find, like, I don't know, maybe just a sheet of silicone rubber, we'll just hold that like that and it'll be absolutely ridiculous. And then on the back end, I need to buy a Nerf part and then somehow figure out a way to mount that to the back. I don't think I really want to try to replicate these in a 3D print. It would be nice to have something that just goes right over the end there that I could like glue. But if I glue it, then it would stick there forever. But I would have a stock on it that can fold to the side. And then with the vertical foregrip, yeah, this is so stupid. I love it. This is exactly what, like, this cost more than the Bug Assault. This costs more than the Bug Assault. But I'm not going to put it on any real firearm because I don't trust it. The ones that I trust are from a company called Hollow Sun. Hollow Sun makes a very good dot sight. This is a cheap copy of a Hollow Sun, so that's why I'm using it. Yeah, replace these with longer screws, because basically this yellow piece is a clamp on the back of the whole thing. Yeah, maybe I'll have to take a look at that. Ooh, what is this? There's a Bug Assault on Yagi has it. Ah. Well, what do they have? Hold on, wait a minute. Because yeah, if I can get this into CAD, then I can design some of these things. I don't see the whole model here. Although, what is this? What? This is a different model, and then they just clipped that into the back. What the fuck? Okay. Tactical flashlight. Here's the vertical foregrip. Starting with an STL is a little bit more difficult though in AutoCAD. I can just measure the stuff and try to recreate it. This is the one that I want to print. The muzzle brake. They're viewing it in ortho mode. That really triggers me. Here it is in perspective. That's not going to look like that when it prints though. Yeah, the design of the rear of this thing makes it a little bit more difficult to add a SPAS 12 folding stock. Wait a minute. What is this? Where does this mount? How does this work? Clever girl. Can I get like a full image of it? These people on Thingiverse, man, I'll tell you something. Ah, look at that. And it folds up the top like that. Oh, that's kind of fun. I don't know. Those parts might be a little bit big for the printer. I guess if it's in 2 sections, but it's a lot of parts. Yeah, I think the mount is what I'm most interested in, though. I'd rather put the AR stock on it because I don't know the integrity of these parts. It seems like, I mean, the whole thing is a big piece of plastic, so maybe I should give it a go. But like, look at that. My printer is not going to be able to print that very cleanly. That's a mess. I think this is no, that's the butt plate bracket. These are somehow mounting to the thing itself? I don't know. I don't know about this. How many remixes are there? None. 16 files. It'll be fine. No, it won't. All right, well, anyway, I'm going to leave you guys there. I think I'm just going to shutter the stream. We're just going to board up the windows and turn off the lights, and then we're just don't look out the windows, and eventually everybody will go away. Item 4758001. This better not be Sexy Waluigi again. Hold on. I'll open it up in another window just to make sure that it isn't what I think it is. I keep getting the wrong one. Hold on. Ah, you son of a bitch. It was Sexy Waluigi. I can't believe you've done this to me. All right, anyway. This is the, yeah, I showed this earlier, the vertical foregrip. I don't know how strong that's going to be. I guess it looks like it's probably strong enough, but I would rather get a I don't know if Amazon carries Magpul stuff, but Magpul vertical grip. One of these guys. I'd want it to be the Magpul one, just because everything else is Magpul and it's hilarious. Magpul FDE for grip. Vertical. Yeah, I don't think they have Magpul on here. Magpul vertical foregrip tactical. Adding tacticals is dumb. All right. Yeah, I guess that's the only one, huh? It's only 20 bucks, 30 bucks. Get it in milled aluminum. No. Utilize the geometry? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not much different from that. I just, you know, I think it would be funny if it was a Magpul accessory. It would be even funnier if it was one of those vertical grip, well, like this. Magpul rifle, bipod, gun rest, hunting and shooting. No. Vertical grip bipod. These things are dumb. I don't like these vertical grip bipod. I don't know if this thing, like, does it collapse so that you can grip it? Is that what it's supposed to be? This came up in both of the searches. No, it is literally just a bipod. So that would actually make it harder to cock the thing. $100? Are you kidding me? Okay, let's get as far away from that as possible. Oh man, where are the ones with the little, like, deploying legs? Do they not have those anymore? AccuShot. Stud mounted. Yeah, look at that stud. That's just a rear thing. Oh well, anyway. Yeah, the foregrip with the pop-out bipod. They also make ones that split open to be a bipod. I'm just not finding them in my stupid little Amazon searches. I'm streaming after all, and I don't want to go too crazy with the searches and like dox myself by accident. My zip code is already up there, and I flashed my email address at the beginning of the stream. So already it's just the layers of suck have started to build. Yeah, there are plenty of Thingiverse things for this. I'm shocked that nobody's made a clip-on top rail mount, because there's definitely spaces in here for that. So I'm gonna get to designing those parts. I'll probably do that while I'm waiting for RC car stuff. The 9th, I get the circuit boards for the RC car stuff, so we'll work on that a little bit then. You want me to check page 2? Uh-oh. Did somebody make it? Somebody already make the thing that I was thinking of making myself? Not quite. Not my tempo. Yeah, that's the idea. Oh, I see, and they give it a pretty big angle. That is actually my tempo. I don't like how... Oh, I see, it's meant to go all the way on the back. I guess you could move it forward if you want to, but... Hey, Camara. How you doing? Yeah, that's probably what I'd need. There's a longer one. Alright, so it looks like I can just freaking download files. Shame. That's kind of a shame. What angle is that? Yeah, I could just print that and then just mount it. Okay. 50 MOA built-in angle for long-range precision. It is facing, yeah, downwards because you want that arc. I wonder if too bad there's not like an adjustable one, huh? Maybe there is. I was thinking of something that... Okay, I could also print out some targets. I was thinking of something that fits a little bit closer, but yeah. Yes, I know about Smile Amazon. What is that? Laser mount. Oh, geez. A laser pointer mount. Buddy, you can spend... Oh, my God, here. You could spend $13 on an adjustable laser. I think that has an infrared on it, too. What in the hell is this thing? Jeez. You could get as tactical as you want with it. You'd spend $30 old dollars. $10. There you go. You could spend $10 and just get something that's going to mount much more precisely and better than your rubber band. Here, $17, and it's super minimal. Instead of using rubber bands and a laser pointer. It's cute, but, you know, hey. I might come up with my own solution. I kind of feel like I want my own thing, because that other thing lifts it up so much. But the angle, maybe the angle is important, so maybe I do want to get that. Maybe I do want to just print out one of those things. I guess I could just give it a shot. I could just try printing it out and see how it works. Okay, well, anyway, that gives me homework. I got homework to do. I'll load the printer up with... It's got gray on it right now, but I just bought red. So I'm going to put red PETG on the printer and start doing that. And then I got to print out the cell phone holder that we designed that we designed on Thursday, right? If you shine a red laser on a fly, does it just sit there? I think they skitter away. I think so. I remember with the blue laser, I think because it was hot, the fly noticed it and zipped away. But light levels are what flies are noticing. That's what they sense. So I thought those were zip ties instead of rubber bands. Probably would have been better to use zip ties. I think to the detriment of the person who printed this, that filament does not look very good. They probably shouldn't have used that filament. Center point power crank cocking device. That's pretty awesome, actually, Schmide. So from the buttstock, I could have something to crank it. Oh my God. All right, well, speaking of crank it, I'm going to end the stream. $80. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I would raid Djibouti if they were on right now. That's who I was looking for, but they're not. They ain't on. I'll do another check. No, they're not around. Oh, God, who the fuck is that guy? Ugh. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. Yeah, so you know, weird over-the-top gun accessories going on to something that is literally just designed to shoot salt out of a straw. I think it's hilarious. I kind of want to take this into the extremes. I'm going to go look for my paintball. I think my paintball stuff is here. It might be in the storage area. But if I can find that metal folding stock, I think that would be hilarious to put on this. Otherwise, I want to use the Magpul stock and the buffer tube that goes on a Nerf gun. And then if this doesn't work out, I'll have those parts, because I was also thinking of putting this on the VR controller, so I could actually shoulder the VR controller in like Half-Life and stuff like that, with actual parts, just for fun. I mean, whatever, you know, you have parts like this, you're like, what am I going to do with it? I used this thing for like many years, and now it's old. I could sell it on eBay for like $4, or I could keep it and put it on something weird. So yeah, anyway, VR salt shooting. Ah, my eyes! All right, I will see you guys later. The next stream will be on Tuesday. I'll hopefully figure out something that we can do then, and maybe I'll be able to show you guys some work on this thing. I also have to print out that cell phone holder so I can show you guys that working. And so I can also drive my car around. Have a good Labor Day. Yeah, we got Labor Day on Monday. So I will see you guys after that. After everybody's full of barbecue, we'll be farting up the place. Stay salty, cringe. Stay frosty, gentlemen. All right, I'll see you guys later. Have a good one.